Hello everyone, and welcome to the 20th episode of the Lookout Surf 40k podcast, a Warhammer 40,000 podcast produced, developed and delivered by three assorted friends alongside others in a wondrous world of Warhammer 40,000 and Warhammer 40,000 related accessories. I'm joined as ever by my good buddy, Phil.
Hello, hello, hello.
There you go, man. Defaulting back to the regular old hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Much appreciated. It has not upset my rhythm. How you doing on this, our 20th episode, Phil? You feeling pumped and excited for all that is happening around us and the fact that we've committed to 20 of these?
Well, pretty good, and also, you know, it makes sense on the 20th episode that we'll be talking about the spoilers of the FAQ. So,
Would it necessarily
pretty good stuff.
Would it necessarily be a spoiler, given the fact that the title of this podcast will outline what we're actually talking about?
Don't go into things like that, surely.
No. You're assuming that our audience is just so dedicated to listening to
They're
us.
going in blinds, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They just, as soon as it's there, they don't even read. They're like, give it to me now, I need it.
Exactly.
There you go. And on the topic of giving it now and needing it, there is only one man I can be talking about. He's the incredibly graceful, undeniably sexy, broadly beautiful. That's obviously our good buddy Joe. How you doing, Joe?
I thought I'd give it a little bit of Ric Flair, just to start it off.
Everything needs a little bit of Ric Flair in them.
He is a god amongst men.
Absolutely. Anyway, on the topic of Warhammer 40,000 and all of that stuff, how do you, Joe, feel that you've made it to 20 episodes? You've never made such a commitment in all your life.
Well, sometimes I'm like, do it without me tonight. Just do it without me. I am dying. But I've made...
Well, good news, Joe. What I'm going to do, in honour of what you've said there, I'm going to remove you from the next segment. You won't feature in it at all. There you go.
Oh, I like being in the segments.
Yeah, but you just said you didn't want to be in it. So, at your request, Joe, you're not going to be there now.
No. That's not entirely...
Well,
there have been times when I've been really, really ill. And I've just been like...
That is true. Well, yeah. Joe, I have to say, because you didn't know this because you were at work before we recorded the intro, me and Phil just did the whole FAQ chat without you because we just thought, get on with it. So that's what's happened, Joe. You're not in the next segment.
Am I not?
No, we just went, you know what, let's just get it done. So that's how that happened. You're not going to be there.
Oh.
I know, I felt really bad about it, but then just so everyone's clear on this, there is time constraints in terms of how and when we can record this stuff. And due to ongoing work commitments on my part, I was unable to record in our usual time. And because of other ongoing time restraints, we had to do it between the hours of the afternoon on a Friday when I happened to be on holiday. And now we've done it, and you're not here. But ultimately, we can't record any other time. So it sort of is what it is, Joe.
Right then. Well,
but at least you're joining us at Warhammer Fest this weekend, right, Joe?
No.
No?
No, I was going to, and then I remembered that I have a life outside of this hobby, regrettably, and I can't live...
I don't want it, I don't need it, but I've got it and I have to put up with it from time to time.
Yeah, I can't just let this hobby just all consume me. No. Sometimes I let it, but there are other times when I'm like, dang, I've got a child, family.
Phil, you don't suffer with that problem, do you? It's all consuming.
No, right. It's all about the hobby.
All about the hobby. Me too, man. It's all about the hobby, Jay.
Wow.
And my ongoing work commitments, which I obviously spoke about being a priority as well. I guess I'm not really completely honest or truthful when I make that statement.
You've got to make the monies to buy the toys.
Got to make that money to buy them toys. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. But yeah, no, Joe, 20 episodes. You feeling pumped about it?
Oh, I'm super, super duper happy. Who would have thought all that time ago that we would have made it to 20?
And just so Phil knows as well, I will be presenting everyone with cake that attends Warhammer Fest on Sunday. Not those random listeners who come along, but I will have cake with me, Phil, in celebration of 20 episodes.
Huzzah! Now I'm going to hold you to this, and we're going to have to take a photo of it for our Instagram account to prove that you've actually done it, or to shame you if you haven't.
I will present everyone with cake.
I think you should take an extra bit for me, and then the first listener that finds you can have my bit.
No, I'd rather just film me throwing it onto the road alongside the Rico Arena and watching it get run over by a truck. Because that's what you've done to me, Joe, by not attending Warhammer Fest. You've cut me deep.
I've cut you deep. I've destroyed the trust and the love.
That's it, mate. That's it. I just think it's a shame, Joe. I thought you would have enjoyed the day out. We're all going to have a fun time at Warhammer Fest, I think. And I think you're just going to be there, weeping on your own, sad and lonely. And I don't like that for you, Joe. I want better for you. I want you to be with the boys, having a great old time.
Yeah, I do love it, Warhammer Fest, and I'm very sad that I'm not going, because it's all about those cool new models and those releases. But much like everyone else, I'll just have to find out through Facebook as it's released by people that are there.
That's it.
Although I wouldn't mind those super duper expensive objective markers that they're doing, and that dice tray.
Well, unfortunately, Joe, you won't be there to acquire them, so that is unfortunately off the cards.
Oh.
No one should ever give Joe those things. Don't, succumb to your fandom and feel like you want to give Joe presents. He doesn't deserve them.
I want the dice tray, and then if during a game I can go full WWE, and then just like a steel chair, slam someone in the head with it.
Well, there we go.
Normally,
what an incentive.
Normally, if they're an Eldar player.
Why is that then? Well, you're an elder player now, Joe.
Yeah, I've become one of those.
We played in a tournament, not last weekend, but the weekend before, didn't we, Joe?
We did.
We didn't talk about that either. Phil, have you played any tournaments lately?
Of course not.
Of course not. Fine. Well, me and Joe played in a tournament. How did you do in the tournament, Joe?
I did my customary awful.
Good. What was your final result? Where did you finish?
I don't know. I want to say somewhere between 10 and 14, I think.
There you go. That's not terribly awful. I mean, what was it, 20 players?
Yeah, I lost two games and I won one. Hilariously, I beat the Eldar player, our good friend Jake, in the first game, and I was like, "This is good. This is good." I beat one of the good armies, and then the second game, I played against an all demon engine army, which is really good against my army because they've got invulnerable saves, and all my last cannons did naff all.
That is always a punishing situation to find yourself in.
Yeah, and then I played against Adam, who was on our podcast a few episodes ago.
Our good friend Adam, right? Yeah, there we go. As we love to call the various people who appear, our good friends.
And he absolutely destroyed me with his Tau. It was a messy state of affairs.
It does have a very good Tau army, to be fair.
Oh, it's incredible. And we played long ways on a table, which suits them perfectly. There wasn't much cover, which suits them even better.
There you go.
And he literally just kai-on straight into the middle of the table and blew my army away.
There you go.
Yeah. And also, shield drones are ridiculous.
Well, I also played in that tournament, and I won it. Yay, I came first because I'm the best. Woo, check me out. Very modest. Yeah. Did you not appreciate that, Phil?
No, it was brilliant, but it was peak Dan.
Yeah, exactly. It was go for it. Dan distilled. But yeah, no, I won. I brought my usual combination of Elder Flyers and Scatter Bikes. In my first game, I played against a Chaos player who was actually really good, and he had those Forge World crazy guns that come on like big Hellbrute things from Forge World that I can't remember the name
Decimators.
of. Yeah, Decimators. They're horrible, but I managed to beat him. And then in the second game, I played against Adam, our good friend Adam, who destroyed Joe in game 3, and I tabled him, no bother. Like, dead. And then in game 3, bizarrely, after having played against a really, really powerful Chaos Space Marine army filled with obliterators and those mad things that I've already forgotten the name of, but Joe shouted out earlier, and playing against one of the most optimal Tau armies played by an incredible player in Adam, I played against some nice lad who had managed to win his 2 previous games with Red Scorpion Space Marine Primera Space Marines, and I was like, I remember getting to the table and being like, all right, mate, what's the trick then? What about this army am I not seeing? And he goes, oh, it outputs a lot of shots because it had like a Derodeo and it had loads of like intercessor squads and all this stuff. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not really seeing that, but there must be some trick he's not telling me because he's won 2 games already. And as it transpired, no. In turn 1, I killed more than half his entire army, and then in turn 2, I tabled him. And it was like, oh, okay, fine. It was just a normal Space Marine list. Yay, you got lucky. And subsequently, so did I. But bizarrely, on the way to the top, I beat the other good players, and then in the last game, got to play against a really, really nice guy with a really beautiful army, but just not a very competitive player or a very competitive army for that matter. So yeah, claimed first place. Because yeah, as I say, humble, best, all around, great guy, Dan, does it again. Whee! Admittedly, it was just a small event in Durrington, right? I can't get too excited about it, but I don't mind telling people about it if given the opportunity.
We have said as a group that we will no longer be impressed with your wins, but we'll be impressed when you win like best painted.
Oh yeah, that's it now, isn't it?
Like winning all the time isn't fun, so we're just like, next one, lemon for you.
Yeah, or go to a narrative event. That's what I'd like to see you do. Create a story for your army.
I do have a story for my army. All the best things came together with the goal of winning.
Yeah, they're having a winners party on a craft world.
Yeah,
because we're the best.
Yep.
And then they decided to carry on being the best by destroying the galaxy.
That's it. So anyway, let's talk about what we're going to talk about in the episode. As Joe has just disturbingly found out, we're going to go on, even though we've already recorded it, and talk about the FAQ/errata/update and all the nuanced, lovely things that it brought together. Joe, given the fact that you know you're not going to talk about it, what one thing would you most have been excited about to talk about, and would you like to mention it now?
I quite enjoyed the Death Watch one. That was cool.
Which one was the Death Watch one, where they can't fire the guns?
Well, the downside was that they no longer can use bolter drill or the beta bolter drill or whatever it is now, using special ammunition. But that doesn't really matter because you can deep strike all your units 12 inches away or 9 inches away. So that hasn't really affected those units at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I have discovered that now using the Tome of the Ectoclades, you can give units that don't normally have mission tactics. So it means like Arans, you can run land raiders, stuff like that, and even the Xiphon get to do the reroll ones to wound, which is quite nice.
There you go. That is very good. So there you are. Had Joe been around, you would have heard more about that, but you just did then, so we kind of covered all bases there. Also, we didn't go into the specific erratas for the specific factions because it just seemed like a monumental task to try and cover that off, though I imagine over time we may start trying to revisit and talk about those in some detail if we can. And then, because, everyone here loves the Elder, obviously, big Elder fans, as we are, especially Phil. He loves the Elder, don't you, Phil?
Woo!
There you go. Huge Elder fan right there.
Yeah, totally.
We're going to talk about the new Ynnari rules, because obviously Ynnari were a very dominant force within the world of competitive or even normal 40k. So seeing a massive change to an army that has had such an influence over the competitive scene, as well as obviously just the game in general, is something worthy of a conversation. And it seems sensible to kind of just bumper both things together. So we're going to talk about Ynnari, and then closing out the episode, as usual, our good buddy Richard will join us to contribute questions for the end of show quiz. Can Phil defend his crown that he technically lost to Skari last episode in this, the third ever end of the show quiz? You feeling optimistic, Phil? You're going to, take it home once again?
No, I think I'm on a roll. I'm going to go for it.
The big victory. It's whether or not me or Joe can get more than 2 answers right is the thing I'm really interested in seeing.
That's true.
My quest is to get more than one answer right, and then I'm doing 100% better than I have so far.
That's it. It's all about those gradual improvements. So with that all said, what would normally now be the news is going to be us talking about the FAQ. So I guess rather than doing that weird kind of bit where we hear Phil over the top of some weird news noises, we're just going to do the traditional transitional noise. Does that work for all involved?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I'm done with that.
Lovely stuff. So let's do that now if we shall. Woo! All right, guys, let's get stuck in to all the lovely new things from the FAQ and/or errata, although it's predominantly an FAQ or broadly an update, isn't it, Phil? What is it now?
Well, it's an update slash FAQ.
Yeah,
it's all the above.
Yeah, I mean, it says update in the web URL or the website URL and/or in the documentation. The Warhammer 40,000 update, April 2019. So it only seems reasonable to conclude and/or assume that that's accurate. So it's just me and Phil for this section for a multitude of really, boring reasons that we won't bore you with. But Joe isn't here because we're doing this while he's at work. Isn't that right, Phil?
Yeah, because we have the luxury of not having to work on a Friday afternoon for myriad of reasons.
Well, exactly. Mine is just my inherent laziness. But there we go. Hopefully the boss isn't listening. No, really, I'm actually on a day off. But anyway, there you go.
You're the boss.
Well, I am the boss. Yeah, that's right. I'm in charge. I make the rules. That's really not how that works. Well, on the topic of rules, what a beautiful segue that was. Let's talk about these new rules that are inside the updates. So, obviously, there's a multitude of erratas and bits and pieces that you can dive into. But thankfully for us and everyone reading along at home, the good people of Games Workshop Warhammer community put together an overarching piece of documentation that sort of summarizes everything. So we're going to kind of go through that in order and then most likely pick out a few other interesting things for some of the other erratas. But we're going to try and keep it short and snappy. Obviously, there is lots and lots of places where lots and lots of different people have talked about that in lots and lots of detail. And we will try our best to offer a decent insight on this. But as always, we don't necessarily want to get too into the weeds on this sort of stuff because whatever. So before I start talking about the first thing on the list, Phil, any comments or general things that you want to address?
Not yet. Let's do a sort of wrap up of what we think about the FAQ once we've gone through everything. That
probably makes more sense than kicking off with it, right? All right then. So let's talk about wobbly models. So wobbly models, they've had several questions about wobbly models, and according to the FAQ that I've got in front of me here, they were all surprised because they weren't imagining for a second that people who play small toy soldiers would use every possible advantage, including an abstract set of relatively user-friendly, or not user-friendly, but just generally kind of, broad rules about positioning and or the situation or situated nature of models to their advantage. But obviously, the Games Workshop Warhammer 40,000 rules writing team have not spent that much time communicating with the greater majority of the competitive Warhammer 40,000 community. Because if they had, they should know there's no room for ambiguity in Warhammer 40,000, at least not amongst the most dedicated of fans. So, Phil, does this surprise you as much as it did GW?
Well, this brings us on to probably a reoccurring topic, which will be the ITC. And the ITC is an American format, and it obviously differs, and they sort of house rule a lot of things. And one of their biggest issues with the last sort of year was how do you attack a model on a first or second floor of the building if there's literally no space to put your models up there. Mm-hmm. And sort of rules as written, and the way you're, I guess, meant to play the game is you literally can't charge them because you can't be physically within an inch of that model. Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty sure the ITC guys would use wobbly model as their reasoning for, yes, you can attack, and then once there's space, because you've killed a few people, then you can finally consolidate and sort of up onto that floor. So I think partly because of them and the tournament scene in general, people have been using wobbly model syndrome as a bit of an excuse to put their models where they can't physically be placed. Mm. And it was interesting because I was listening to the Frontline Gaming, who are the guys behind ITT, and their sort of overarching sort of overview video on this FAQ. And they sort of talk about wobbly model syndrome and said, it's not really meant to be cheesing by putting a giant Titan on the top of a tiny building where it couldn't physically be placed. Not that you could use a Titan because it's obviously got a vehicle keyword. But, a very large infantry model with a very large base, such as a Terminator, let's say, trying to fit on the top of a tiny bit of building that it can't physically be stable on there. Mm. They said it's not for that. But, of course, you shouldn't be a douchebag and use use this rule to sort of game it. So imagine you've got a load of infantry, for example, on a crate, which is, for all intents and purposes, a hill. And if you line all your models up around the edges and there's no physical way for an opponent to get up there and attack you, they said, don't be an idiot. Don't say that you can't be attacked in close combat, even though that's sort of by the letter of the rule how it would happen. So it's interesting that even though they've clarified this, Frontline Gaming have said, no, but you still can't. You still can attack things that you can't reach, because you shouldn't be using the game rules to stop interaction between you and your opponent, which I do get, but it sort of feels like there still needs to be clarity about these sort of rules where how it works when attacking things on multiple floors.
Well, I think really it doesn't actually need that much more clarification, in as much as Games Workshop seem to intend. It just doesn't work that way. Now, obviously, you can argue that that's not an ideal way to do it, and obviously ITC has taken that ruling. But the rules as written just is what it is. So yeah, there's that. The other thing that they've clarified within this section is the edge of the battlefield. So add the following sentence to the end of the first paragraph around the edge of the battlefield. No part of a model or its base can be set up or moved over the edge of the battlefield. Now, I had already been playing this rule because I'm a seasoned, grizzled, tabletop 40k gamer, and it had already occurred to me that that's probably how it should be. But then it never really actually occurred to me that maybe it wasn't that way once before. But now it definitely is. So, yeah, you can't go off the edge of the battlefield, which makes sense because, as every seasoned, grizzly 40k wargaming knows, the edge of the battlefield is, like the edge of the flat earth. That is to say that it is just an endless abyss of nothing. And should you pass over into it, you'll get sucked out into the vacuum of the void and considered destroyed for the purposes of the game. So never may you exit the battlefield. So again, did this really matter to you in any way, Phil?
Well, it only really matters, I think, if you're going to be spamming a bunch of flyers. And the general consensus is it does affect some flyers, like the Marauder Bomber, or even, for example, the Tau Manta, which is just massive. So apparently everyone's saying that you can't fit the Marauder Bomber on some of the deployment maps without it overhanging, for example, your deployment or outside on the battlefield, like the table edge. I don't think that's too much of an issue, because you could just use some common sense in that regard.
Yep.
But it will, potentially hamper some people that were maybe trying to cheese loads of flyers and just squashing them all up along the table edge to gain a few extra inches.
No, absolutely. I think the thing is with the Marauder situation is that, again, like you say, common sense would dictate that if someone has brought a Marauder Bomber, you're not going to then be like, well, sorry, mate, you can't deploy it on the board, therefore you can't use it. It's just instant dead. I think you'd have to be pretty brave to, to make that statement to your opponent. I think ultimately, I think there should be a broader understanding that obviously there are some absurdly massive models that have limited capabilities when it comes to deployment already. So if that were and is the case, then you should probably accommodate those players and be like, yeah, all right, fair enough, mate, is what it is. But in other instances, like you say, if it's someone taking multiple flyers, so if it's someone like me, for example, then yeah, why not? I'm already taking multiple flyers. By all means, use that against me because it's only fair. But in the case of the Marauder guy, it's like, come on, lads, let's not do that to them. It's as long as they make every effort to ensure as much of the model is within the deployment zone as possible, I think that's only reasonable. If a bit of the wing is hanging over the edge, I don't really think that necessarily matters in that instance. Although I would then probably seek to enforce that the model remains within the parameters of the board beyond the opening deployment step.
Yeah, for sure. You shouldn't be able to then having his wings off, for example, the whole game. But just for like turn one in terms of deployment, that's fine. And then after that, you should try. And in fact, what I'd rather probably is that it overhangs the deployment rather than the battlefield edge. Because actually, when it comes to models like that, I believe you measure to the base anyway for everything, with the exception of line of sight. So as long as the base is within your deployment and everything else is hanging over, it doesn't really matter too much because you don't measure to the hull.
So
Obviously,
actually,
some things you do, but if it's got a base, you normally measure to the base.
so in the case of a flyer, it's well, here's the thing. I believe it's very poorly defined, although maybe somewhere they've done a better job of doing it. The way I play it and the way I always agree it with my opponents, assuming they're willing to agree that, I'll play it whichever way my opponent wishes it to be played. But ultimately, I usually say, just so you know, I'll be measuring and everything for my flyer from the base, and I would expect for you to do the same in return.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure they did clarify that in the rules, because I remember playing against Richard one time and we played it incorrectly for the first game until we found out. So there are some flyers that are like skimmers, such as I think the Venoms, where they explicitly say you measure from the hull.
Yep.
But for everything else, if it's got a base, you basically measure to the base.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I was at a tournament a couple weeks ago, the Durrington one that me and Joe were talking about last episode, and a fella came up to me and said, how does the flyer base thing work? Is it hull or is it base? And I said, well, I always play base, but again, I always just clarify it. And again, 99% of these little clarification issues I try and already get ahead of anyway, because I'm like, well, let's just state it at the start, and let's just, because again, I've encountered in all of the different games I've played in different events the sorts of questions that come along. How does this work? Why is that like that? Da, da, da. So I do make an effort to just be like, right, this is what the terrain is, this is what my measurements are for these bases and all the rest of it. This is how this works, this is how that works. I try and do it quick, but I try and basically be like, look, we need to agree what that is. So in the case of if it was like using non-official Games Workshop ruins, I'd be like, right, we can agree that's a Sector Imperialis ruin, right? Yes, fine, move on. You know, it's those kind of things that I was just trying to ensure, because it avoids confusion. But it's not very commonplace, which again, when we say let's use some common sense here and not, you know, do over people who are taking things like Marauder bombers, as I kind of said in the case of Wobbly Model, common sense and the or rather kind of, you know, these kind of areas of ambiguity aren't necessarily met with that level of understanding within the competitive scene all the time. Some people will be like, well, you should have known that if you brought that to a tournament, that in 4 out of 6 different deployment types it immediately explodes for no reason. It's like, okay, my bad. Anyway, so that was the disembark. Oh, sorry, no, that wasn't the disembark from destroyed transport. That's now what we're going to talk about. So Phil and me talked about this the other day, and I don't think Phil actually understood why this was good. So I'll let you explain this one, Phil, and tell people why it's good.
Is this to prove that I've now learned what it is all about?
Well, exactly. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, because you can't do it anymore. So they've changed it now, so you cannot declare a charge during the same turn that you disembarked from a destroyed transport. Yeah, why is that a good thing?
Well, you need to clarify that when they say turn, they mean sort of individual player turn and not the round turn, which I think is round phase. Or
battle round.
Battle round, that's it, yeah. So what would happen is chaos people with rhinos would load up, I think, Khorne Berserkers into rhinos, rush them forwards. They would then have equip the rhino with a combi plasma, which when you shoot both of them, both of your combis together, is a -1 to hit, and you would obviously overcharge and potentially target something that's also -1 to hit, such as a flyer. So you may be on a 2 or 3, you effectively explode. But obviously the rule for the plasma is the model is destroyed, which is the rhino. So the rhino is instantly killed, and all your guys can then emergency disembark up to 3 inches, and that's 3 inches to the sort of tip of their base. Because they don't have to be wholly within, they've just got to be within 3 inches. So if they've got a large base, they can probably move forwards maybe 4 inches or thereabouts. So you're basically giving your unit an extra 3 to 4 inches before they then charge out. So the idea is that they would get killed in their own turn, or even killed in Overwatch by multi-charging as many things as possible, in the hope that they would get killed, and then that unit could then attack. So I think it was done to probably get a turn 1 charge, or just an easier turn 2 charge.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, as well, is like, you know, the combi bot thing's fun because obviously if you use both versions of the combi weapon, you get a -1. I did hear someone say, oh, and you advance as well for an additional -1. It's like, well, that doesn't work because obviously the plasma is a rapid fire weapon. So if you were to advance and try and shoot it, you couldn't shoot it. So you couldn't get an additional -1 out of that. But certainly if you move forwards, fired both weapon profiles at a flyer, and if you're lucky, it's like an LTOC flyer or a Raven Guard flyer. Not that actually Raven Guard get any additional bonuses for their vehicles, but maybe it's a unit of Raven Guard. I don't know. The point being is that there was ways and means that you could use what was lovingly called the party bus, where it would run forwards, blow itself up, and then from it would come all these corn berserkers or whatever happened to be in it, and it wouldn't be much fun. But there they go. They've clarified that. So poor old, people using a very, 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 very odd but ultimately quite effective in the right set of circumstances tactic can no longer do so.
It seems super niche to the point where I'm surprised it was happening enough that it got Games Workshop's attention to the point where they had to add in the rule. I mean, it's a generic rule and it does make sense because there might have been other loopholes where this could have been done, but it does feel like it's super niche.
Yeah.
And it's a bit odd that they've picked it out of the hat of things to fix.
Well,
but maybe it was happening in tournaments, and just because I'm not that aware of what goes on in the tournament scene, other than some of the big ones, maybe it was happening quite a bit.
I think the thing is to remember as well is that we're at a really good point now with 8th edition where it's kind of getting to the point that they've really refined it to becoming probably the best that 40k's been in a long time. I still have issues with certain sequences within the game that I don't think are as fulfilling as they once were, but regardless of that reality, the fact that now we're in a place where we can actually focus on and deal with even the little, particular nuances is really fantastic. And I think that's a good thing that they've addressed it. But there we go. So, moving on from that. Moving with units that can fly in the charge phase. Now, if anyone can cast their mind back to the last one of these, they made some massive changes to how the fly keyword worked in the movement and in realistically the charge phases. So the fly keyword prior to any of these FAQs was essentially that you can move along a flat distance up to your maximum movement, and you suffered no negative penalties for your vertical distance as well. So ultimately, if you were moving along and you wanted to end on top of a building, but it was at the absolute end of your movement, it didn't matter that the thing was 9 inches high, you would just literally place yourself on top of it. And that obviously gave you a distinct advantage, especially when that rule was then used in effect with the charge phase, because you can effectively, using that in combination with like deep strike rules, be potentially outside of 9 inches by being on top of this building, and then hurl yourself down the building for a 1-inch charge, which is what many people had done. As such, they needed to fix it. But what they were left with was something that was kind of not quite right, because as much as it benefited or closed that loophole, it also meant that things with the fly keyword that should realistically be able to jump over screening units weren't able to do so. However, they have now clarified the rule, so in terms of moving itself, change the second paragraph to read: if the datasheet for a model says it can fly, then during the movement phase it can move across models as if they were not there. And when moving across terrain features, vertical distances is not counted against for the total it can move. Moving vertically is free for this model in the movement phase. If the datasheet for the model says it can fly, then during the charge phase, it can move across models other than buildings as if they were not there. So, again, this has also been clarified within flip belts, Wraith form, veterans and vanguard strikes. Again, let me just double check that one, because veterans and vanguard strikes is slightly different. Yeah, so same for them. Intercessors, yeah, fine, and interceptors as well. So in all instances, you can now, if you have access to the fly keyword and a multitude of other rules that are sort of similar to the fly keyword, you can now charge over screening units, which is massive. To be clear, is clearly stated here that you're not then able to ascend vertical distances for no amount of movement, but you are able to go across things that are in your way, which is massive because not really was... I mean, obviously a lot of people were saying that Captain Smash was done over by this, and he was, obviously, but Captain Smash had such an incredible array of delivery mechanisms that it didn't necessarily matter that much, although it did quite a bit, really, but ultimately he was still kind of good enough and efficient enough. But seeing, units like demon princes and even kind of bigger, greater demons or other kind of like flying monstrosities now able to kind of get stuck in more and more is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, all I can really say is that this sounds like an absolutely ideal decision. It's the best of both worlds. We've clarified the movement, but now we've got a desirable result for something that can fly in the charge phase. So what's your feelings on that, Phil?
Yeah, it's probably a good compromise of the two. I personally benefited from the original change, so for me it's just like, my tanks are now just going to be charged by wave serpents over my screens again, yay, or whatever combo of whatever it was before. So I mean, it's probably the fair way because it was probably hitting sort of big monsters a bit too much.
Well, and again, to be clear though, you can still screen effectively. So here's the thing that a lot of people kind of, I guess, make mistakes about in the kind of charge phase, right? Because the thing is, when you enter into the charge phase, the stipulation is that you can move within 1 inch of your selected target. But there's nothing stating that you can move within 1 inch within a charge phase to something else. The thing that activates, that moves you into within one of something else, is the consolidation step. So, in essence, if someone wants to declare a charge on your tank and you screen efficiently so there's actually barely an inch between your tank and the screen, the thing will still have to charge into your screen unless you have left enough of a gap that it can place it, because you can't place it there until you can consolidate into it. Now, okay, admittedly, you could probably find a situation where if you had enough movement, you could go around the back. It just means you've got to get more creative with how you screen stuff, because, as I say, technically, the only way they can get into it is if you had like a line of dudes that was like 2 men deep, and you had them like 2 ranks of dudes in front of each tank, and then you maybe had a tank to the left and a tank to the right, and then you had separate units sort of flanked out in front of it, you can't then go, oh yeah, I'm just going to fly over that. You can only do that if you can get around the back of it. Which, let's assume they're 1 inch away from the screen, which itself is now based on, let's say that's 3 inches long, so that's 4 inches to get into the vehicle itself. And if it's a Lehman Russ tank of reasonable size, it's like 6 inches long, 5 inches long, something like that?
Yeah, I'd say so.
So again, you're at like an 8-inch distance, and then you still got to clear it, so you've got to get 9 for that, right? So you've got to get 9 to get to the back of it to then go into it. But the thing is with that, is that if technically, you couldn't do it unless you can get through that screen or be placed next to it. So you can still screen if you're clever, but again, that seems to be an aspect of the rules that a few people kind of misconstrue or don't entirely get on board with or understand. So yeah, you can still screen.
Yeah, well, you've got to bubble wrap it to the point where your models are literally right in front of the vehicle, which is really problematic, because actually before, what it meant is you could screen out much further. So, okay, you've got your guys now sort of 4 or 5 inches in front. They can't just jump over them, so they have to go into that screen. They kill them, but then when they consolidate, they're not then sort of consolidating into your tank. Whereas now, as soon as they kill two of your models, they're tagging your tank in combat, and it's not then doing anything in the following shooting phase. So that was my frustration. If you screen too closely, they're just going to get tagged in the consolidation phase. Whereas when you could screen out much further, that was much less likely to happen. So that's sort of the hit I see it as. But obviously, it benefits the game more so with this change.
No, agreed. Again, I mean, I don't know. There must. I mean, again, we'll do some work on the old drawing board to try and work out if there's some optimal deployment setups that can deliver a more desirable result. But yeah, I do agree with you. There is problematic to have to deploy it in that sort of way, and it's. But again, it's always something to keep in the back pocket, because a lot of people just go, I'm going to charge that thing. And then at any point while I'm trying to charge that thing, if I go within 1 inch of something else, that's fine, because I'm charging it the thing. It's like, well, no, the thing that links you to the other thing is the consolidation step, not the charge. The charge is you going to the thing you say you're going to charge.
That or they just charge both, so they can go within an inch of both at the same time.
Yeah, but they have to declare against the things they're going into. Yeah. And that means more Overwatch. And what a lot of people do is try and charge one thing to then, slam over into the others. Because at the end of the day, if you've got a screen in your way, you don't want to necessarily declare a charge against it in some instances. Okay, fair enough, when you're Captain Smash, you don't care because you declare a charge against everything within 12 inches anyway, but because nothing can Overwatch you because of your Angel's Wing. But the point is that, it's something. I mean, again, the thing is about Captain Smash is you don't want to have a fight with 10 guardsmen, because 10 guardsmen, yeah, sure, he'll kill 5 of them, 4 of them, 5 of them if you... let's conservatively say he'll kill 4 of them. It's not really a desired result to kill what is essentially 20 points worth of guardsmen. It's not what Captain Smash is in it for.
Very effective. But I mean, it does, obviously, this update affects a bunch of things, such as the Harlequin flip belts, which probably will really hit, because Harlequins are, they're not top tier, I guess, so they probably need Wraith forms for Necrons and Deathwatch veterans as well, apparently.
Yeah, Deathwatch veterans and Vanguard strike stuff, and then they got the intercessors and Inceptor strike and all that good stuff. But yeah, so and it's good that they also clarified keyword buildings, remembering obviously that buildings are themselves, a model, not a terrain piece. So that's always useful. So then moving on from there is the one that a lot of people have been talking about, which is the addition of a new keyword for the planes, the aircraft keyword. So, a lot of people are taking more and more flyers again. So they have attempted to try...
Who would be doing that, Dan? Who would be doing such a thing?
I couldn't possibly comment on the sorts of horrible people that would utilise a lot of flyers, but whoever they are, I imagine they're super cool and absolutely reasonable individuals who are doing it only because they're just, really super fun, and you shouldn't look down on them for it. Anyway, so the addition of the aircraft keyword is really interesting. So essentially, aircraft, if a unit can fly and has a minimum move characteristic, or if it has a damage table on its data sheet that includes any minimum move characteristic, that unit gains the aircraft keyword. Whenever a model makes any kind of move, it can be moved within 1 of an enemy aircraft, and it can be moved across such models and their bases as if they were not there. It cannot end the move on top of another model or its base, and it cannot end the move within 1 of an enemy of any enemy units. So again, to be clear, whenever a model makes a move, whenever a model makes any kind of move, it can be moved within 1. So it can be moved within 1 of an enemy aircraft, and it can be moved across such models and their bases as if they were not there. But it cannot end the move on top of another model or its base, and it cannot end the move within 1 of any enemy unit. So this doesn't mean that you're then going to be able to sort of put something within 1 and charge it. So you've always got to account for that 1 inch distance. That's all very, very important. But the fact is that they've changed it now so as that essentially you can no longer, or rather you can less easily move block with flyers, which is certainly a plus, wouldn't you say, Phil?
Well, let's cast our minds back to the GT, where you did quite well. Didn't you play a knight player and you did a lot of move blocking with your flyers?
Yes, I did, yes.
So, I mean, he would now, I guess, probably be like, brilliant, I could have a rematch with you and not be as hampered, because things like knights have quite a decent movement. So if they're moving 12 inches, they're going to actually be able to move past your base, no problem. Because if you think about the length of a base, it's probably like, 3 or 4 inches across and 6 inches sort of deep in terms of its length. Mm-hmm. So a knight shouldn't have a problem crossing it. However, for infantry, I still think it's quite problematic. I think you'd really struggle, even as a single model, to go from the front to the back of the plane and still be without, outside of that inch at the upper end, unless you're advancing or something like that. So while it's good, I sort of don't think it's enough to solve the problem. Really is fly spam, not move blocking with one or two flyers. And it's only a problem with elder flyers because they're the ones with the double pivot rule, which gives them the maneuverability to kind of shenanigans it, basically.
Well, you say that it's the elder flyers, but I think more and more we'll start to see more people indoctrinate this kind of tactic into other kind of flyers. There are some other good flyers out there, so
Name one that isn't elder.
The vulture.
Okay, yeah, you've got me there. That's it, like the only good Imperial flyer. And even then, it's, you could just take a Lehman Rush Punisher tank commander and it would probably do a similar job for similar-ish points.
I don't know, doesn't the thing shoot like 40 times?
Yeah, but then so does the Lehman Rush with the grinding advance rule. So that's why they're quite comparable. The thing is, it's obviously got -1 to hit because it's supersonic, and move blocking a little bit, I guess.
And let me think of another good one. The Xiphon.
I mean, it's okay.
What do you mean it's okay? It's amazing.
It's all right.
Come on, the Xiphon's well good. It's got like 4 las cannons and like loads of missiles. It's mad good.
Problem is, las cannons are a bit rubbish because of the amount of invuln. Anyway, we're going off topic.
We're going off topic massively.
No one is spamming Imperial flyers.
Not yet.
Only people like yourself are spamming Elder flyers. And the thing is, people will be less likely to spam Imperial flyers or any flyers because of this rule. I don't think people are spamming flyers because they're like, oh, I can move block. I mean, that was a bonus. I think people were spamming flyers because the Elder ones are just so good for their points.
True, but then consistently the thing that really annoyed people about the Elder flyers, or any amount of flyers, was the move blocking. Like, yeah, okay, fair enough, they're quite points efficient some of the time. I mean, not all of them are, but, the majority of them are pretty solid. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The move blocking... Well, you're absolutely right that the Elder flyers were themselves a bit of a nuisance because they're quite efficient, but really the thing that really, really annoyed a lot of players was a bit of the move blocking, right? Because again, I played against that Knight guy, as the example we're given, or going into, and yeah, I did move block him quite a lot. Now, granted, if I had played him today and the exact same board with the exact same setup, I could have still move blocked him. It wouldn't have mattered with this situation because all it meant was I had to just be a little bit further back. And again, it depends on how you agree. Now, technically, the flyer itself, because I mean, ultimately, you can't. The way the models sort of work is the flyer's sort of nose cone is sort of really far forwards. So the nose of the plane kind of probably on average, depending on how you built it, because a lot of people might put the stem of the flying base further back. But if you build the stem of the flying base towards the middle of the base, the front of the plane goes forwards by about 2 or 3 inches. Now, the way the game is, and Imperial Knight's quite a stocky, tall character, so you couldn't actually theoretically, unless, of course, and I'd encourage everyone to try and do this if you're in this situation, is agree that, I can't quite place my model because the front of your plane's in the way. But then, at the same time, if we go back to the wobbly model situation, well, if you can't place it, then you can't be there. So it is a bit of a dilemma because actually... It basically, for the Imperial Knight, it either gets past you or it's more or less stuck at arm's reach in front of you. So again, it depends on the circumstances. But yeah, I mean, obviously, flyer spamming is strong. And yeah, I mean, this doesn't massively change anything other than it helps out in certain instances. But again, you're not going to be able to charge something that's behind these flyer walls because, again, you can't declare the flyer as a target. So even if you could go over the flyer, if there's a unit of infantry set up or bikes or whatever it is against a bunch of flyers, you still can't charge into them because there's a flyer in the way. And that's ridiculous, but that is what it is because ultimately it's a game of moving around small toy soldiers, not an accurate simulation of warfare. And as such, there has to be certain stipulations that are in place, and this is one of them. It's a limitation of the format that is the game that we play, but ultimately I think this is a step in the right direction. Let's see how they continue to improve it.
Yeah, I think the most interesting bit about now it's an aircraft keyword is we will hopefully see more rules coming into effect that make use of this keyword. So, for example, there's prepared positions later on that uses it. But things, obviously, you've got things like the Hydra, the anti-tank classic gun. Now, at the moment, it just, it stipulates a fly keyword. I'd be interested to see if down the line things will start integrating the aircraft keyword instead, or an additional bonus as well as just a generic fly keyword. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what they do with it.
No, totally agree. So now we get into the convoluted world of resetting up models. So this is a rule set that concerns things like the jump, or things like Tide of Traitors, abilities that ultimately mean that you take stuff off and bring it back on again. Technically also as well, it probably could extend to things like Forewarned and stratagems like that trigger before the first battle round starts in the deployment step. But nonetheless, there's a bunch of different kind of questions and answers that concern all this stuff. So yeah, the intent of the as if it were reinforcement wording was to try and make it clear that the units had counted as moving for the purposes of moving and firing heavy weapons. For the purposes of moving and firing heavy weapons, and that they can't move further again this turn, other than charge or pile in or consolidate. After all, these units have potentially been displaced across the entire length of the battlefield already. This wording was also used to try and make it clear that such units would trigger other abilities or stratagems such as Auspex hands and early warning override, though use the units set up on the battlefield as reinforcements. Our feeling was that it shouldn't make a difference as to whether a unit teleported onto the battlefield from the orbiting spacecraft or from over the next hill. Okay, so again, clarification that if it exists as if reinforcements, you can Auspex scan it, right? Have I read that right?
Yeah, you have.
That's all right.
But yeah, it's weird. So I think with this, it's like, because when this is to do with resetting up, not deploying from Deep Strike, but because obviously Deep Strike isn't a special rule anymore, it's just a sort of generic term that we will use because that's how it was used in previous editions. I think they've sort of fallen foul slightly of all of these different special rules do pretty much the exact same thing, but it's individualistic to that specific data sheet. It's not a sort of generic rule, which in a way is sort of what they're now going back on. They're sort of turning it into a generic rule by saying these things are all unique, all follow these exact same rules, basically.
Yeah, and I agree, though. I think actually now more than ever, that I think they're starting to recognise the relative benefits of certain universal special rules. I think there was a reason why we arrived at that conclusion in 7th edition, and actually when they started actually uniformly referring to certain rules as certain things, I think that was a very sensible move forward for the game. Now, granted, there doesn't need to be as many of them as we ended up with at the end of 7th edition, because it gets just a little bit too ridiculous. See examples like Strike Down and Searchlights and other abilities that I have no recollection of how they worked. But in this instance, I feel like it's good to get that clarification, and I think in the case of what has historically been known as Deep Strike, we probably move to a more universal rule set for that, because it did get a little bit nuanced and a little bit, whatever. So, sorry, Phil.
I was going to say, yeah, so this just clarifies that when you redeploy your models from one part of the board to another, it's the exact same unit. If you've had effectively like a buff or psychic power applied to it, you still have that. There's some really more obscure rules, such as you definitely don't get any wounds back or any models back, because it's not a resupply, it's not a brand new unit, because there's a completely different stratagem and rule for those situations.
Yeah.
So that implies people were like, oh, but I can totally do this, when they totally couldn't have.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So essentially, what they've stated here is what rules apply to a unit that are removed from the battlefield after deployment via the abilities, stratagems, or psychic powers, and are then set back up again on the battlefield. So, if a rule or ability causes a unit to be removed from a battlefield and subsequently set back up, the following rules apply to that unit. So any rules that are triggered by or applied to units that are set up on the battlefield as reinforcement are also triggered and applied to that unit when it is set up on the battlefield. So again, I was having this conversation with a friend of mine the other day who runs Gene Stealer Cult, and he was like, "Oh, I need to play at some point and see how my army list does and against all your silly Elder Scatterbike nonsense." And I was like, "Oh, it really doesn't like it." And he was like, "Oh, why is that?" And I was like, "Well, because Forewarn's an ability." And he was like, "What's that mean?" It means that I get to shoot at you as soon as your blip token turns into a real unit. And he was like, "Does that really work?" And I was like, "Yeah, no, it really does." And he was like, "Oh, that's awful." I was like, "Yeah, I know, right?" So that big 20-man unit of Gene Stealers you've got that's tearing people up, it's probably not going to have much left of it after it appears. But anyway, that was a nice little funny little conversation with him about, oh, that's not fun. But there it is again, clarified.
It is. Have they clarified then that your blip token is sort of, for those purposes, not the unit on the board, and that it's only when you put the models on the board that's when your Forewarn triggers?
Yeah, well, it's specifically stated in the codex that it is coming in from reinforcements, much like this has stated. Though, I have to be honest, actually, I haven't checked the errata for that, so as we move on, I will check that and let you know whether I'm right or wrong, whether I've put egg on my face and they've clarified it, but as the rulebook, or rather as the codex states it, yes it is, but let's be on the safe side and not assume and misinform our tens of listeners. Anyway, so models in the unit count as having moved a distance equal to their move characteristic that turn, and so suffer the penalties to their hit rolls for moving and firing heavy weapons. If the unit has a minimum move characteristic, it counts as having moved its maximum move characteristic. By gum. Again, useful information. Models in the unit cannot move again during that turn for any reason other than to make charge move, to pile in, or to consolidate. So obviously you can't, to jump and then by some bizarre series of events warp time. Again, I don't understand how that would happen. I just couldn't think of anything that made orcs move again. But yeah, that's a rule. I mean, again, that's been in effect in a while, but it's good to clarify it, right, Phil?
For sure.
Indeed. If that unit was within one of an enemy unit when it was removed, it does not count as having fallen back when it is set up on the battlefield. That's really good to clarify because, again, useful little ability for getting out of jail. For all those people who run traditional Terminators with teleport homers, yay, you can fall back, or rather you can teleport out of combat with a teleport homer and then shoot as if nothing happened. It's useful. If that unit had advanced during this turn, it still counts as having advanced. No shock there. Any destroyed models in that unit when it's removed are still destroyed. They don't come back. And it still counts towards morale tests. Any models in a unit that have lost wounds do not regain those wounds. Any rule that unit has been affected by, and we've already clarified this, they keep their buffs. So that's all good stuff, right?
Obviously, with the exception of auras, because you're no longer within the aura or range of it.
So then, lastly, there's a bunch of organised event guidelines, or at least in the initial section of the FAQ, which essentially is the core rules, changes, and clarifications. Again, there's just some extra bits and pieces in here for organised event guidelines, repeated datasheet clarifications. So, no longer can you try and shenanigans it by taking slightly different versions of the same thing, which is quite useful. So in terms of the specifics that they've kind of tried to clarify, our Demon Prince's data sheets from Codex Chaos Space Marines and the Demon Prince of Chaos data sheet from Codex Chaos Demons, the Demon Prince of Nurgle, all considered different data sheets for the purposes of organised event guidelines. No. For the purposes of guidelines, all these data sheets are considered to be the same. So it don't matter how you shenanigans it. A demon prince is a demon prince is a demon prince. Ain't no getting around that, according to...
Yeah, so this is for the rule of 3 to stop you spamming multiple things.
And then they've got heavy weapon squads, same deal, clarified Codex Astartes, or rather Codex Astra Militarum, sorry, I got that all kind of confused in my brains, but Codex Astra Militarum and Imperial Armory and, all those other sort of variables that come into effect. Again, they're all considered to be the same thing. And then there's a whole thing about Lehman Russes and the Gene Stealer cult. And again, this is the same kind of clarification.
Well, interesting with that one, they specifically talk about the Lehman Russ in the context of Gene Stealer cult. So you can't take a Gene Stealer cult and like a standard Lehman Russes and sort of get more of them. You can still, and they say you can't take multiple heavy weapons. So the previous one is you can take a regiment of Astra Militarum, then a heavy weapons squad of Death Corps Krieg, and the Elysian heavy weapons squads. So that's 3 lots of mortars from each one. So, 9 in total, which is quite spammy. But you could still do that with other things, such as Lehman Russes. There's a whole bunch of different Lehman Russes from various Forge World data sheets that you can still spam. But maybe they're not considered that much of a problem because they're not all that competitive, I guess.
No, indeed. You can also take a multitude of different types of Space Marine captains still, right? You can take your Dark Angels Masters and your Space Wolf Lords and your...
if you spam 9 Smash Captains.
Yeah, well, theoretically. I mean, again, it wasn't specifically named here, so they are all different data sheets with different rules. So, yeah, there you go. So let's talk about some finalised match play rules. So everyone remembers Bolter Discipline from that White Dwarf article, and then subsequently Warhammer Community and the different places where they distribute this information these days. So they have put Bolter Discipline out into the wild, and they've researched their findings and concluded the following. So instead of following the normal rules for rapid fire weapons, models in this unit firing rapid fire bolt weapons make double the number of attacks if any of the following apply. Now, to be clear, this is all Adeptus Astartes, Heretica Astartes, and Fallen models. So my good buddy Rich will be happy to know that Fallen are once again included in the fun. Although I don't quite know why he got so irate or passionate about Fallen getting this ability, because he doesn't play them. He just seemingly enjoyed the fact that he found a weird little loophole back in the day. Would that be a fair conclusion?
No, he was most happy that you could cheese Fallen by having an assassin, because they're technically an Imperium keyword, so applied to the adding 1 extra assassin to your army. However, as we might mention later on, they've clarified that they can't do that stratagem now, because that's one of the changes to the assassins. So while they get the Bolter Discipline, they can't take assassins anymore.
There you go. What GW gives with one hand, they take away with the other. But nonetheless, the firing model's target is with half the weapon's maximum range. That is a stipulation by which you gain the ability to fire twice. Additionally, the firing model is an infantry model, and every model in the unit remains stationary during the previous movement phase. So if you had remained stationary, you fire twice. And the firing model is a Terminator, Biker, Centurion, Dreadnought, or Hellbrute. So this rule no longer affects vehicles. Now, in truth, I'm surprised that they removed it from vehicles. It doesn't really seem that ridiculous that vehicles had it, but...
Well, you say that because, Land Raider Crusader has the Hurricane Bolters, so that makes them crazy good.
Yeah, they get a lot of shots, which is certainly useful. But again, even with that stipulation in effect, I still don't necessarily feel like that was that amazing. Because the thing is, right, is like, it's only really the Land Raider Crusader that did this. Yeah, okay, fair enough, the Storm Ravens and the, whatever the Death Watch vehicle is, and then there's or the Death Watch flyer is, and then there was also a Raven Wing Dark Talon that could, come loaded up with Hurricane Bolters. But beyond that, I'm trying to think of anything else that was, covered in bolters.
Well, probably not a lot, but I mean, that's still quite, that's like 5 vehicles we've mentioned.
Yeah, true. Well, no, it was free, but nonetheless, the point is though that out of the 3 of those that we just mentioned there, only really 2 of them got stuck into the mid-table. The rest of them, like the Land Raider Crusader, kind of got there over time. But, I mean, again, they're going to get within the all-important 12-inch range relatively quickly because I suppose they're all vehicles that want to kind of smash forwards. And, I don't know. Maybe, obviously, look, I mean, at the end of the day, I never necessarily overly, massively worried about the whole infantry situation, or not infantry, sorry, the whole bolter discipline thing. Having it been in effect for as long as it has been now, I've not seen it make a dramatic impact on the game, other than obviously the fact that the Death Watch were able to use it with special issue ammunition, which, just so everyone's aware, they cannot anymore. So Death Watch have been slightly nerfed because of that, but I say slightly because let's be completely clear here, 99% of Death Watch units like that were jumping in to within 12 anyway, so I can't see any tangible reason why Death Watch have gotten that much worse off the back of this. I think some of the kind of, net list players who jumped on Death Watch because they heard that this special issue ammunition thing was super good will probably walk away from Death Watch because of this slight change, thinking that makes a massive difference. But actually, those players who are really good with Death Watch will probably continue to be really good with them because, this rule with special issue ammunition has only been in effect for a short period of time, and ultimately people who are good with Death Watch were probably good with Death Watch before this rule came around and will probably continue to be so. So I don't think the Death Watch players are really that bothered. At least not the Death Watch players that have been playing them for a good little while now. Fair enough, if you picked up Death Watch 2 months ago because of this rule, then fair enough, I feel your pain. It's nothing worse than when they take cool things away from you, but I think you'll be able to work around it and still benefit regardless, would be my assessment. What do you think, Phil?
I think it's all pretty fair. I think, Death Watch, I mean, they haven't lost the ability to have bolt discipline. They just can't use it in combination with their special issue ammunition. And, like I said, a lot of people would just deep strike in 2 squads of your Death Watch anyway, so they're within rapid fire range turn 1. I mean, after that, maybe you lose the ability of comboing a longer range rapid fire with your special issue ammunition. So I think that's fair enough. It's just, otherwise it's a bit like Ynnari. If you're going to take Marines, you're always going to take Death Watch because they get this special issue ammunition on top. So the fact that now there's a bit more of a choice is good, because now it's like a reason to not take Death Watch. And not say that's a bad thing for Death Watch, but a general better thing for the game. I think not having vehicles probably makes sense because it's meant to be more about the skill of the shooter. Loads of people are saying the heavy bolter Centurions are really good, so that'll be interesting to see how much people take those.
No, agreed. I also really like that the designers took the time to note that they're not giving it to the Custodes, which I think is the right decision. The simple perspective of this rule was not intended for everything, or rather bolters, to be better. It was intended for, to make Space Marines better. And I think that's, a very fair and honest statement. Custodes already have enough toys without getting bolter discipline.
Well, it's interesting because Custodes aren't particularly, they're not considered top tier, are they, as far as I'm aware? But so I could almost see an argument for them having it, but I imagine because they've all got storm bolters for the most part, they would just be pretty lethal if they did have it.
I think it depends on the setting. Again, when it comes to Custodes, I think they do have a place, but the problem is that it's about trying to understand where they really kind of come into their own.
Yeah. Well, actually, maybe it's because of playstyle. So, if you're not moving them, then you can fire at maximum range with the bolter discipline. But actually, Custodes pretty much want to get in close combat and want to get in your face.
Yeah.
But maybe adding it to Custodes doesn't actually do much because it's kind of counterintuitive to their playstyle.
No, absolutely. I think Custodes have a lot of really interesting options. I actually think they're an army that I don't think you ever want to take them as a mono faction. I think they're always going to need to benefit from some relative Imperial soup, but nonetheless, I do like them. I've started experimenting and adding, Custodes units to my collection, and I think they're cool looking army, and I think they've got some good flexibility and options. But again, they're not something you'd want to build your whole force around. That's for sure. But anyway, I digress massively. Let's talk about the other rule that everyone always forgets is there, which is prepared positions. Everyone, please, do not forget that you have prepared positions. I can't state how useful a skill it is. Ultimately, it is a 2 CP stratagem, and I have to be honest, once upon a time, I didn't think it was much cop. But these days, after having used it to great effect, I think it's actually really, really brilliant. However, that being said, for me, I'll probably start using it less because they've tweaked it now so as it won't affect aircraft units. So prior to this tweak, it only didn't affect Titanic units, but now it doesn't affect Titanic units and planes, or aircraft as it were, which is slightly bothersome, but only slightly.
Well, it makes sense that your aircraft can't particularly prepare their positions very much when they're flying around, Mars in the sky.
No, totally agree. I absolutely understand that is the case, or would be the case, but yeah, it's always a slight, frustration when they take things away from you, as I said earlier about the Death Watch stuff. But nonetheless, is what it is. But for those who don't know, the player who has the second turn in the first battle round has access to the following stratagem: 2 CP, prepare positions. Use this stratagem at the start of the first battle round before the first turn begins. There you go. Sorry, words. Until the end of the first turn, all units from your army, other than Titanic units and aircraft units, with the fortification or fly battlefield rolls. Hang on a second. Units. And units with fortification and fly battlefield rolls. I apologise again. Terrible of me. That are wholly within your deployment zone receive the benefit of cover, even while they are not entirely on a terrain feature. A unit that is already receiving the benefit of cover gains no additional bonuses from this stratagem. So again, it's useful, has a place, will do good stuff. Handy for someone like Phil who has loads of tanks out in the open turn 1, right mate?
Yeah, I mean, I probably need to start using this a bit more. I think the few times I do, admittedly, when I was initially using it, I was rocking a shadow sword of some kind. So actually quite often it didn't really help me with turn 1 because everyone would be trying to shoot at my big thing. If I didn't have that, then I probably do need to remember it and start using it a bit more, because then it does make my tanks a bit more survivable. So I think it's something to keep in mind. I mean, 2 CP it's enough to make you think. If it was 1 CP, everyone would be doing it. 2 CP, there's definitely been times when I've used it and I've just gone, well, I've just blown 2 CP because they weren't shooting that much that turn, or they were shooting at something like a Titanic unit, so it didn't actually really help anything else. So I think you do have to be careful about when you use it. But yeah, just remember that you can.
No, of course. Well, again, though, it is at the start of the first battle round, so it's not before the game begins, which is something important to remember, because now let's talk about Tactical Restraint. So Tactical Restraint is a match play rule to basically, deal with the issue of command point farming and things of that nature. So Tactical Restraint is essentially there are several warlord traits, relics, psychic powers and abilities that give you the chance to gain or refund command points. Each player can only gain or have refunded a total of 1 command point per battle round. And again, it's interesting to clarify that as well, because a lot of people play it per turn, but it is in fact per battle round. Regardless of the source, and command points that are spent on stratagems that are not using during a battle round, such as those that are used before the battle, can never be refunded. So these are really vital clarifications, because ultimately, if you're using something before the battle round, it cannot be refunded, which again, there were all sorts of weird sort of ways that you could actually effectively do that, but now that is not the case, which is great, because ultimately it just cleans all of that up.
Yeah, because I remember when they did this rule in the last FAQ, and I was going, oh, but they don't talk about the deployment phase, or because it's not actually a phase of the game. They don't talk about the deployment sort of part of the game, and going, can you use it then or not? Because it doesn't actually clarify. So it's good that they've done that now, and they basically said you can't.
Yeah.
So that actually is going to see a lot of people spending a lot more CP at the very beginning and not getting it back. So that's only a good thing.
And disappointingly for me, they've kept the exceptions. Anyone who can cast their mind back or go back and listen to when they first introduced this beta rule, I quite passionately stated that I'm confused why they would have exceptions to this rule. Now, I understand why they do it, but I don't really think it necessarily they necessarily should, because the problem always is, and I have only actually ever encountered someone using one of the exceptions to this rule once in a tournament setting, which was the player of the Twilight Warlord trait. The guy went, oh, I can get my 2 CPs back because Warlord trait. And I was like, hang on a second here. Is that actually an exception? And he was like, yeah, it's one of the exceptions to the rule. And I was like, he's a good guy and I trust him, so I'm going to trust him. But in the back of my head, I was like, you could just be saying that about anything. And do I get him to pull the rule out and show me? And I was like, no, I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But that's the thing. It's like, again, like I said to you before, I kind of felt like if you're going to do this, you should just make it a one rule for all things and not have exceptions. Because the problem is with exceptions is that ultimately they lead to awkward situations where things are happening that you're not quite sure of. So that being said, I'm still kind of a bit miffed that they've kept those exceptions in there. Not because I don't think people should be able to gain more than 2 command points based on what these abilities do, but if you're going to have one rule for everything, it should just be one rule for everything, not one rule for everything and just a few exceptions. That's my...
Yeah, there's an odd one here, because we talked about it when we were talking about the assassins. So the assassins have got a stratagem that costs 1 command point, I think, and it's once you've killed like either the warlord or a character, you can gain 2 command points. So it costs you 1 and you get 2, so you basically get an extra 1, if I remember rightly. But obviously this it falls within tactical restraint. So if you've got that and you've got for example like your Astra Militarum, like Krov's Aquila, where you can gain a command point back when your opponent spends it on a 5-up, then actually you could be in a situation where you finally kill your opponent's warlord or one of their leaders, and actually you can't use that stratagem because you've already gained your 1 CP for that battle round, and it is a battle round, it's not a turn. So yeah, it's weird that things like that you can't do a bit more often.
Well, so there's a closing statement, which is that also note that this does not apply to command points that are gained or refunded as a specific instruction of on stratagems. So
that's the bit I didn't read.
Yes, yeah. So in the case of the assassin stratagem, and we have to give them the benefit of the doubt because the assassin's stratagem came into print long after this, well, not long after, but months after this beta rule came into effect and now has been clarified. So we have to give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that when you kill a character and spend 1 CP and get 2 back, that is a unique exception. The area... Sorry, say that again, Phil?
Well, it is a stratagem, so that seems to make sense.
The only area of uncertainty, though, is does those 2 command points that you gain for spending 1 restrict you from then getting the 1 from your warlord trait? And that's a thing that I'm not entirely sure this clarifies.
Well, because it says this does not apply to that, so I'd assume that is completely separate. So even if you gain a CP from that stratagem, it doesn't count towards your tactical restraint.
Yep, that would be my assertion as well, but again, people may read differently, so again, just one of those things. I would assume that it doesn't, but again, assumption.
Yeah.
So then we have tactical reserves. So again, this is essentially a rule that is used to clarify the amount of stuff that you can have off the board at the start of the game, correct?
Yeah.
Good, there we go. So instead of being set up on the battlefield during deployment, many units have the ability to be set up on teleportoriums, high in orbit. Basically, they're deep striking or arriving from reserves by some manner. When setting up your army during deployment for match play games, at least half the total number of units in your army must be set up on the battlefield, and the combined points value of all the units you set up on the battlefield during deployment, including those that are embarked aboard transports that are set up on the battlefield, must be at least half of your army's total points value, even if every unit in your army has an ability that would allow them to be set up elsewise. Furthermore, in match play games, units that are not placed on battlefield during deployment in order to arrive on battle mid-game as reinforcements cannot arrive on the battlefield during the first battle round. Finally, any units that has not arrived on the battlefield at the end of the third battle round in match play games count as having been destroyed. So this rule has been essentially the way everyone's been playing it for a while now. The thing that they've kind of added is a bunch of clarifications to a bunch of other very specific versions, just to kind of, again, put everyone on a level playing field. So whether you were striking from the shadows, or forward operating, or clandestine infiltration, you now are pretty much all the same. So essentially now they've pretty much made everything the same, which is essentially what we were talking about before with, moving into a more universal special rule situation, which is not a bad thing if you ask me.
Yeah, I think they've, like I said, this is now a bit more of a generic special rule. Just to clarify things, this will make sense. Still doesn't cover things like when you summon units, because they come from like a pool of points. But other than that, yeah, it's basically stuff for deep strikes.
Yeah, you can still summon stuff onto the board turn 1, first battle round, as far as I'm aware.
Yes, yeah, and they can still sort of move and do stuff. So, in a way, it makes something a bit more important than it was before. But yeah, overall, it's pretty good. Obviously, hits some units. Obviously, it did in the last FAQ. So obviously, you had the Styges, Electro Priests dropping down. And then moving because it was before the game, and they could get like a 4-inch charge off of you. Now it's just a sort of got to be outside of 9 inches, like everyone else. So it makes sense because some of them were just a bit too good.
Absolutely.
Although weirdly, I presume the new Space Marines, I want to say intercessors. It's not them. The new infiltrators. Are sort of almost like the exception to this rule, or when they set up, you set them in. You can't put them in your opponent's deployment zone, can you? But they can be in the middle of the battlefield.
Yeah, I believe so.
Because they seem like almost like the only units now that get a special infiltrate rule. I mean, a few other things do as well, I guess.
Yeah, well, them Nurglings and a few other odds and sods. But yeah, no, I mean, mostly they've kept things pretty similar. So you're either going to be deep striking down within 9, or you're going to be deployed 9 outside, at least 9 outside of your enemy's deployment zone. But in those instances as well, there are some units that have access to that rule that can also be really, really strong. So I've been theory crafting and contemplating all kinds of interesting options around the Librarian in Phobos armor. And we'll talk about. I'll talk about that example in more detail when I talk about something later on. But ultimately, the Librarian in Phobos armor, in conjunction with a relic that allows him to take one of the psychic powers from the normal Librarius discipline, is a really potent combination in certain situations. So we'll talk about that in a little bit later on when I talk about some other stuff. But nonetheless, let's talk about interim balancing and reviews of interim balancing. The interim balancing review. Here we go. So this mainly is them talking about Imperial Knights, because again, Imperial Knights weren't really around long enough to get a decent amount of amends in the last FAQ. So now they have. So
Chapter approved, you meant?
Chapter approved, sorry, not the FAQ, the chapter approved. So let's talk about some of those. So rotating iron shields has changed, so as you can never increase an invulnerable save beyond 3+, or rather, sorry, 4+. So the days of free up invuln saves on Imperial Knights is now behind us.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! Honestly, it's an absolutely necessary nerf in the world of Imperial Knights, and has also greatly increased the efficiency and or value of Iron Bulwark on Knight Castellans and other big knights, because previously you were spending, or even now you're spending 3 CPs to rotate your Iron Shields up to a 4+, but with the Iron Bulwark Warlord trait, your invuln save on your Castellan becomes 4+, and will never go any higher. So that there is actually super duper useful, because it basically means that across the course of, say, a Castellan lives 2 turns, you've saved yourself 6 CP, which is no bad thing, right?
Yeah, I could almost see an argument, because it's, it's 1 CP for a regular knight and it's 3 CPs for the Castellan sort of class knight. I could almost see it being like, potentially it should be 1 CP for Armiger size, and then 2 CP for a normal knight, and then 3 CP for the big guys. But then maybe that's a bit too punishing for knight players.
I think as well it just gets a little bit too wordy and a bit more complicated. I think just 2 options is fine. I mean, again, I think most people can wrap their heads around it, but yeah, I think ultimately.
But now it just seems like it's sort of the whole thing, especially with the other points changes, is much more weighted towards taking regular knights now rather than the Castellan Valiant variants.
Yeah, totally agree. So rotate iron shields is a thing. So again, change command point cost of this stratagem to 1 CP/3 CP. So again, they've clarified all that nonsense. So essentially, it's basically what we just talked about just then. So yeah, that's all good. So yeah, that was a ratery thing that came into effect that now is real. And then chapter approved 2018 edition, page 106, rotate iron shields, change the last sentence to read until the end of the phase that vehicles invulnerable save is increased by 1 to a maximum of 4+. Fine, more of the same stuff.
How does this affect the Forge World Knights? Because obviously here the 3 CP is specifically for Dominus class. Now I think that's just the Valiant and the Castellan, right? I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So does that mean even though the other knights, the Forge World ones, are larger, it still only costs 1 CP? Or maybe it's been FAQ'd already to say that they're a 3 CP. Yeah?
Well, I need to check what the keywords are on some of those other larger Imperial Knights, isn't it? Because you've got that humongous, like gun battery Imperial Knight. What's his name again? He's covered from head to toe in guns. Oh no, actually, he's not even got 40k rules, does he?
Which knight are you on about?
I think it's a heresy only knight, actually.
All the knights are 40k as well as Forge World. You're not talking about the new Giant Reaver Warlords?
No. If I'm not mistaken, sorry, excuse me, just for 1 second while I try and find the thing that I'm thinking of. Questoring Knights. Here he is. Yeah, the oh god, I never come across these things in the wild, so I never know how to pronounce their name. The Axitus, the one that's spelled Acastus. Acatus? How am I supposed to be saying?
I don't know. Maybe it's that.
But yeah, I think that thing. Oh no! It's got Imperial Armory, Chaos, and Imperial Army. Oh no, it is in there apparently. All right, fair enough. Well, that guy is big. I don't know if they clarify him as a Dominus class or not. I would assume he is because he's massive, but maybe he isn't a Dominus class. And if he isn't, good on him because he's well good.
Yeah, because there's a Castus class.
That's the one, the Acastus.
Questoris. So they all have those keywords. Now, I assume they don't have Dominus. So, and I'm just looking at the FAQ for the document. It doesn't seem like there's anything about that keyword being added in. So
the Acastus is still
unless
getting...
it can't... Yeah, so it seems like they're getting a 1 CP for them.
Well, there you go. Yeah, another reason why the Acastus is starting to look more appealing.
Yeah.
Potentially. I don't know its rules. I need to read the rules on the Acastus and work out what the name is. Obviously, I now do know what it is now that you've said it. I feel silly for not having known it before. But then the last change to Imperial Knight is Death Grip, which I approve because if any of you listened back to when we talked about Imperial Knights before, or the Errata specifically, I said that not changing or adding something to Death Grip was a little bit silly. But they have done it. And that is now that if my opponent, or your opponent, any opponent, was to roll a 6 as the result, then essentially you break free. Otherwise, the enemy suffers additional D3 mortal wounds. So Death Grip is essentially you attack and then you consolidate. So that's also something really important to clarify because the bench essentially now it is, I believe, that Death Grip triggers after you've consolidated. So you can still move the thing 3 inches into something else and then trigger the Death Grip. So the Death Grip is that you roll to hit. So you roll to hit on your weapon skill, and then when you hit, you do D3 mortal wounds, and then you and your opponent roll off. You roll a 5, he rolls a 2, you've beaten the roll plus the strength, you then do an additional D3 mortal wounds. However, now if you roll a 5 and they roll a 6, but your result is higher because you've got higher strength, it doesn't matter. They struggle free. What do you think, Phil? Is that enough to balance the wondrous world of death gripping?
I mean, I don't know. It's still good. It's good that you've got a chance now. A 1 in 6, I guess, is probably a bit tricky. But I mean, the thing is, after 3 or 4 wounds that you've taken and you're still alive, you've got a much better chance of having broken out by that time. So yeah, I think it's pretty good. It's stupid that you could just auto kill something because you're never going to be able to roll higher. So this is good. Personally
speaking, I think it should be on the controlling player to roll a 1 rather than for your opponent to roll a 6. The reason I think that is because, one, it seems more representational to the Imperial Knight grabbing and crushing an enemy. So the idea is the Imperial Knight's picked this thing up and is trying to crush it, and then maybe, just maybe, the controlling Imperial Knight's squeezing real hard, and then he thinks, is he dead yet? And maybe, lifts a finger up to take a peek, and then goes, oh no, he's not dead, oh, he's just got out of there, oh, silly old me, should have just kept squeezing.
Rolling a 6 is much more representative of you or Captain America against Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet, and he's holding it, he's stopping the glove from closing around you. So actually a 6 is more about your strength and not the knight. So I don't mind it being on a 6.
Well, from a game design perspective, I prefer the idea of the knight rolling a 1 as well, because then it puts the emphasis on the controlling player. The thing I don't like about this is there's a potential for you with a really valuable character to get baited into spending CPs on a reroll that you're statistically unlikely to get. Yeah, okay, fair enough. You're giving yourself a double chance by taking that reroll to ensure that you're not dead. But at the same time, that's not only most likely going to result in the thing that's getting death grip still being dead, but it means that you've also spent a CP for no gain. And I think that's the thing that frustrates me, is realistically, Death Grip shouldn't be this good still anyway, but the fact that it is, and then it's putting an emphasis onto the controlling player to try and battle the odds and, win back, is something that I just sort of, again, I don't like mechanics that are already punishing to the opponent and then add an extra layer of punishment to them because they then end up in a situation where they're spending CPs that they're losing to try and keep this thing alive. Now, okay, fair enough. You can also argue, well, you couldn't CP the situation anyway, right? Like, so if your opponent rolled a 1, then you're putting the control in your opponent's hand where they can then choose to re-roll that 1 and get a better result and still crush you to death. But the thing is that I don't know which one is for the better.
Yeah, because actually, if you roll a 1, you can just be like, "I'll CP that," and then it's like you're not going to roll a 1.
True.
Whereas with them, giving them the option to roll a 6 that you can't then use a CP to counter, because you can't be like, oh, I'll use my CP, and if I roll a 6, we'd be, equal. It doesn't work like that. So actually, it might work better.
Yeah. Well, I think the problem is here is that, like, again, I think, I don't know. I think again, it's a very, very mad stratagem that probably just needed to be a D3 roll off D3, then that's it. These kind of endless loop abilities are always, or potentially endless loop abilities, are always very, very punishing. But again, I mean, it's nice that they've tried to address it. And on the topic of endless loop repeating abilities, they've also applied the same stipulation to the Genestealer Cult Mental Onslaught ability. So the Mental Onslaught ability used to be crazy because you could combo it with a number of debuffs that would essentially result in anything being instantly killed by Mental Onslaught. So you like reduce people's leaderships and then essentially go Mental Onslaught, you're guaranteed dead. And that was absolutely crazy the way that you could set that up. So it's good that they've at least added the stipulation that if you roll a 6, that you can still break out of it.
Weirdly, though, they've worded it differently. So Death Grip is you roll off, and if I roll a 6, nothing happens to me, and you've just basically wasted a CP. This one says if you score higher, so even if you roll a 6, for example, but I've stacked it so I'm always going to be higher, no matter what you do, which is what this is for, you will still suffer a mortal wound. And actually, you rolled a 6, so you think, "Oh, brilliant! I'm breaking out of this." It's like you don't. You've got to roll a 6 on the you got to roll a 6 on the second roll, because it says if you score higher, the enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound, and then it says if the selected model is still alive after that, you then repeat the process, and you only escape if you roll a d6 after that initial roll. Have a read for it, because it's worded very differently from the Imperial Knight one. The Imperial Knight one is if you roll a 6, you escape straight away.
Well, again, it's different because they're changing the last sentence, so you need to see the context of the stratagem and then apply it to the last sentence. So I don't have it to hand, but regardless, I mean, fair enough. If the thing does 1 mortal wound to you, then fine, but 1 mortal wound followed by another mortal wound followed by another is where the crazy combo came into effect. But if it does 1 and then subsequently you can stop it on a 6 or the next one, or the next one, or the next one. I mean, this is the thing. This thing used to drop like 24 wound Imperial Knights in a 1-er, and it's like crazy. That shouldn't be happening. So, if you've got to roll 24 or 23 times, statistically speaking, you're pretty likely to have at least rolled a 6 by about the 6th dice roll, hopefully. Yeah. So there's a big difference between this thing doing 6 mortal wounds to you and this thing doing...
Oh, for sure. I just think it would be really annoying if you do roll a 6 on that first roll and it doesn't actually mean you break out.
I'd have to check that.
Because it says, so I'll read it out. So it says, change the last sentence to say the following. If you score higher, the enemy model suffers 1 mortal wound. If the selected model is still alive, you then repeat the process. Each player rolls a d6 and adds their respective leadership until either the selected model is destroyed, your opponent rolls a 6, and your opponent has a result equal to or higher than yours. Okay, now, fine. It might be that the previous sentence says... like in the actual power says if you score lower, then if you score lower than them, then it stops maybe. Yeah. But the fact they've added it onto the end makes me think this is how the mechanic works.
Yeah, and look, here's the thing: it's the same as Death Grip though, right? Because as long as you hit with Death Grip, you do D3 mortal wounds. So Death Grip does the D3 mortal wounds.
Does it do it? Does it say that in the?
Yeah, it does.
Thing above.
So this sounds very similar in the sense that, okay, this thing does 1 mortal wound to you, but unlike it was in the stratagem originally where it does mortal wounds to you infinitely until you're dead, this thing will only do it up until the point where you roll a 6. So again, I think in this instance, it's probably actually better than in Death Grip because Death Grip's kind of tailored for a very specific type of scenario. Like Death Grip goes after things like captains and lieutenants and other kind of mid-tier, smaller characters, right? So going up to something and going, there's D3 mortal wounds, let's roll off. Okay, cool, there's another D3 mortal wounds. You get a couple lucky rolls on that, you do 5 mortal wounds, the thing's dead. Because most of these things that you're targeting with that ability have 5 to 6 wounds. So that stuff is crazy. But this thing was crazier because it could just insta-kill big targets. Now, obviously, you can still use it to kill other valuable targets as well. But you can't now reliably go, see that Baneblade there? Dead. It's like, because that's what it did before, and that is
which is a bit crazy. It almost feels like it shouldn't be able to work against things like vehicles, because it's all about using your, psychic will. And it's a bit like vehicles are often crewed by multiple people, so it sort of feels like they shouldn't be affected. But it is what it is.
Here's what it is. So then we got onto the Imperial Assassin stratagem. So they changed it from 1 to 3 CP for 2 CP in all situations. So now, if you're playing match play, it's 2 CP. And if you're playing open or narrative or whatever the other names are for the different types of gameplay, you now just play 2 as well.
I like how you don't know what they are.
It's something like stories and open and something or other. I don't know. Match play is all that matters.
Open and narrative.
There you go. I think I got it right the first time around.
No, you did. But the fact is that you didn't know that.
Yeah, well, whoever pays attention to that nonsense. Nonetheless, you also now cannot get assassins if your, fallen HQ choice tries to get them, such as good old Cypher. So Cypher can no longer make assassins appear. Isn't that a shame? Yeah,
it also clarifies that you can't use this stratagem if you've already got a detachment of assassins. So it's only for if you basically don't have any, you can use this. So because they clarify it and they said the problem before is you could take an auxiliary detachment for -1, so 1 CP, or you could take the stratagem for 1 CP and you get to pick each game in the tournament the assassin of your choice. So actually there was no reason to take the auxiliary. So now there's a reason why if you always got a favourite assassin, Eversor, for example, you might be like, I'm just going to take it in an auxiliary now because it's only 1 CP. Whereas if you want to pick and choose depending on your opponent, it now costs 2 CP, which is completely fair. Yep. So while I am still painting up my assassins, it's a bit annoying that they've changed it, but it's for the good.
I agree. I think it's the absolute right decision for what they've done. And then they've also changed the orc stratagem of mob up. So mob up now only affects the boys. So you can no longer do the mad looter bomb that having had done against me on a couple of occasions is proper crazy. Have you ever been shot at by a 24-man mob of looters, Phil?
Do you know what? I don't think I have.
No, it is absolutely horrible.
It's the joys of hanging around at the bottom tables.
Yeah. Fair enough. Honestly, man, that mob up looter thing combined with all the other little stratagems and all the extra like psychic powers and things they put on it, the more Daka, everything else, it was like, I'm sorry, what now? And it's like, yeah, my not here we go, my Daka rule now stacks on 5s, and I always auto hit on 5s, so it doesn't matter what your negative modifiers are, I'm hitting you on 5s, and then I'm getting extra shots, and it was like, oh my god, this is terrifying. Like, I played against it, and the dude I played against with it killed like 2 flyers a turn, 3 flyers a turn. He was just tearing through me. The only reason I won that was because I managed to play the mission and keep my characters out of sight and alive, and he didn't. And if it wasn't for that, he would have beat me easily. I mean, literally, I was like a turn or 2 away from getting tabled, but I managed to be resourceful and keep myself alive until the end of turn 5 or whatever it was, and it went well.
Was also the idea so they would mob them up so they'd all benefit, but then if they were about to die, could you green tide that mobbed up squad back onto the board? Is that how it works?
I think green tide also only works on boys units. But I don't know. But the point is now is this only works on boys units and is kind of now being used for more of its intention, which is that you can take a couple little units and put them back together into one big unit, which is really useful for the orcs. So again, it kind of feels like, again, a nice move and something that definitely works properly. So, good for them for clarifying that, and I'm sure orcs will find other ways to be annoying, but it's good that one has gone away, because that was especially terrifying. On the topic of especially terrifying things, we also have the changes to the Craftworld Psychic Powers. So the Craftworld Psychic Powers that are most revered within the realms of competitive 40k are Conceal, Reveal. Now, these aren't actually probably the most competitively viable, but it's the first on the list, so I'm going to talk about it. So now, only Craftworld units will benefit should you choose an enemy unit within 18 of the Psyker and remove the benefit of cover. So basically, there was a lot of people, including me, using Craftworld Drakari soup armies, and we as players were loving the fact that we could use Elder Psychic Powers and then have that combo off of shots from our Drakari units. That is no longer the case for Conceal, Reveal, Protect and Jink, and Doom. So now the viability of some Drakari allies has been put under question, because ultimately Disintegrators are no longer rerolling to wound, and they're only strength 5, and I say only, but the real killing potential of the Razor Wings or the Ravagers with Disintegrators was the fact that you're only winning on 5s, but you're rerolling, so you made up for the amount of or lack of wounds that you were causing because of rerolls. Whereas now, with removing Doom and Jink, potentially the combination of putting a Farseer into your Drakari army isn't as strong as it was 2 weeks ago. So that's that, really. A big change, but something really interesting, I think, and good for the health of the game, wouldn't you say, Phil?
Yeah, sort of a combination of this and the Ynnari rules, I think, is a big change for sort of trying to temper the Eldari dominance on the top tables. I think it's just it's crazy that it's still good. I mean, it's crazy that you have a psychic power that doesn't affect your unit but affects your opponent's unit, and everything that you're shooting can gain a benefit from. Because normally you might get a reroll failed wound rolls for one unit that you're shooting, but instead it's anything that shoots at one of your opponent's units. Like that's still crazy good. Well, but yeah, it makes sense that it now doesn't stack with your allies that you're taking.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that as well, because that takes me back to my point that hopefully someone's remembered that I was going to go back to, which is the Phobos Armoured Librarian. Because if you take the Phobos Armoured Librarian and you take this relic that allows him to access a Librarian discipline, or a Librarius discipline...
Oh, is this the... it's called the... Removing the invuln save.
Removing the invuln save, yeah. So you can have him with null zone. So again, if you're up against something like a Castellan or even, demons or things of that nature, you can still now, with that Phobos guy, charge him forwards like a lunatic, admittedly, in your turn 1, knowing that he's relatively well protected in the prior turns and so on, because he's a character. You can hide him behind maybe another unit of infiltrators and use a bunch of other shenanigans, things that he's got in his shrouding discipline to try and keep him protected should you be going second. But but even if you're going second, or should you have gone first, you essentially will go in and do this, because you can essentially now position this dude 9 inches away from the board edge and then run him in and then trigger that psychic power and remove invuln save. So it's interesting that Games Workshop and the competitive team people didn't feel like stuff like Null Zone is as terrifying as things like Doom and Jink. However, that being said, I think it's fair to say that Doom and Jink was such a solid and readily used combo, and I think we're now only just about to start exploring the interesting nuances that things like Null Zone will be able to do, because I think all of a sudden things like if you've got Guilliman, Free Predators, and a Phobos Librarian, you can basically go, in goes the Phobos Librarian, there goes your invuln save, here's, if it's Free Predators, here's 12 las cannons, re-rolling to hit, re-rolling to wounds, and because of kill shot, I think it's +1 to wound on kill shot, and that and the other weapons on it. So you literally can hurl like loads and loads of damage at big things like Castellans, and they're just going to get erased because of the introduction of the Phobos Librarian and the combination of giving him Null Zone because of a relic.
Well, the thing with that, though, is the Null Zone can, people have said Null Zone can work across armies. So, for example, you remove an Invuln save from your librarian. It's like, oh, my guard tanks can now shoot at you. And interestingly, Frontline Gaming bring that up in their episode about the FAQ, and they just said, it's not really that big a problem. Null Zone isn't that good. But I guess the thing is trying to get a guy in close enough to pull it off was quite difficult. The Phobos Librarian can deploy much closer, so maybe that's where you'll start seeing it coming into effect. But your example with Guilliman and Razorbacks is while it can spill over to different factions, that's still all mono-faction. So that example is still really potent, and you don't even need to soup up, so to speak.
True, although you still need to get that Null Zone in, and then also you can still take that with combination with, say, other guard tanks or other... other things. You can do it with other things. I'm just saying that Null Zone's an interesting one because you can use it with other stuff. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Guilliman's probably one of the and Predators are one of the more aggressive combinations that you can add in. But regardless, it's there's still options there.
It doesn't seem like it's as game breaking as I think it's the thing of Doom and Jink are both really good powers. The LD units that are using them are also really good, and the fact that you could combo it with Dark Elder stuff, which were also really good. So you made, like I said, strength 5 weapons, which they're okay, they're pretty good. They're the best strength you want them to be at because it's so universal. And the fact is then you give them a reroll, makes that strength 5, so you're always rerolling 5s, really powerful.
Yeah, I totally
So taking
agree.
that away makes them, they're still good, but they're not going to kill tanks anymore like they used to.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you, mate. I think again, it's interesting that, and I get why they've done it. It's just interesting, and whether or not we're going to start to see them apply this stipulation across other abilities. I appreciate if you're going to start with anything, start with these two because they're super good. But yeah, there you go.
Well, this is the overall sort of theme of the FAQs is they're not fixing all problems, they're just fixing the most obvious problems. Absolutely. And it's basically all the stuff that you see in the tournament scene, all the things that are clearly like breaking the mechanics as they weren't intended, and that are like really powerful, so people are using them. Like I bet there are still a load of problems with rules or like broken game mechanics, but because they probably aren't as abusive or as good when you use them, people don't care about them, so they don't really get fixed.
No, agreed. Absolutely agreed. And then last of the things is our good old friend, the Knight Castellan, the Imperial Knight that's super good in the Wondrous Realms of ITC, and not too bad if you're playing normal 40k as well. In fact, actually, he's pretty good in all situations. I shouldn't underestimate him. The only thing I always like to kind of stipulate with the Castellan is I always sort of felt that the ITC variant or type of gameplay more benefited the armies that you built around the Castellan. I had a general dispute about the general usefulness of Guard in the general sense because there's a lot of people within the ITC who believe that Guard are really, really strong. And I don't necessarily disagree with you within that within those confines. I think the problem always is that when you then go back to regular 40k with true line of sight and all the other things that come into effect, some of the more potent Guard options that work really well within ITC because of line of sight blocking terrain and, indirect fire and so on and so forth start to lose some of their potency within what I am lovingly calling normal 40k. But, ultimately, I understand that this stuff works really well, and I understand the Castellan's really good when you look at it through the filter of ITC. The only thing is I'm not necessarily sure that increasing the points of the Castellan was the thing that they should have been doing. I genuinely believe that we could have kept the Castellan around the same level of points and just adjusted his weapons and some of his other kind of abilities to make it slightly more interesting. I think, as I said time before... Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, the thing with the FAQs is they don't like changing data sheets. Like, they don't want to change rules. They don't want to change weapon profiles. They don't mind changing a few things like stratagems or sort of generic rules, but you never see them go, oh, we're going to specifically change a weapon profile on a data sheet. Like, for them, that is when codexes happen, because actually chapter approved don't really ever do that either. I mean, in the last one, there was a couple of data sheets at the very back where they're like, we've completely overhauled a few units. So potentially, if they were to do the Castellan then, which would obviously be December, that would be the way to. And maybe you're right. Maybe the Volcano Lance and Plasma is just too good, so they needed toning down a little bit. But the quick fix is just to up the point.
Yeah, and I agree. I understand that changing the points is the quick fix, but it is only that, right? It's a quick fix, and I would like to see more of a general kind of approach to maybe reducing certain things and tweaking certain things here and there and making it just a little bit more balanced, I suppose. And, again, points changes are a really, really simple way of demonstrating the efficiency and power level of a unit, right? I absolutely get it. What I'm saying is that it's not always the best way all of the time. And in an instance like the Castellan, I think that, people who are saying that the Castellan is dead are going to get surprised when the things rock up and start causing you all sorts of headaches, especially within the ITC settings, right? Because,
they're still good, and they're still pretty survivable even on a 4-up, but they're just not, like, impossible to kill now. So chances are, before you probably weren't even touching a Castellan. Now you're at least knocking it down a profile or two. You still probably aren't, killing it turn one unless you've got a crazy amount of firepower to deal with that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think this is the thing, right? I just think ultimately we should. I don't know. I'd like to see them revisit the Castellan rule set and maybe bring it more into line with some other units and try and actually address it and make it more interesting, but bring its points down again. Because I think it's just a shame that now it's getting close to like 700 points to take the thing, and that to me is like it's just too many points for what it is. And again, I'm not disputing that people will probably wrongfully assume that this thing is still now no good, and then start bringing back stuff, certainly within ITC settings, where they're like, I'm going to start bringing back the things that Castellan used to counter, and then discover that there's going to be one or two people still rocking the thing and still doing really well with it. I genuinely... Here's the thing, right? Again, as we've established on this podcast, you and I majoritively, if not predominantly, play Warhammer 40,000 the way the rules are written, right? We play it as it's written, and we play competitively, but we mostly play within the Warhammer 40,000 Grand Tournament setting and other Warhammer World events, and then I do a few more kind of local ITC things, but that's not really your jam or anyone else's, right? That's the general consensus, obviously.
Yeah, and the only time I've not played effectively just core rule books, it's been at No Retreat, which was a mixture of your primary mission is your core rulebook, and then your secondary is Maelstrom. So I think that's an ETC sort of style format. Yeah. But again, it's still core rulebooks. It's still core Warhammer 40k, but you're literally taking Eternal War and Maelstrom and mashing them together, which is good fun, if a bit complex. But it's still 40k. It's not ITC where there's a whole sort of subset of missions and rules.
Yeah.
Even though they're not huge, but it's enough that there's a different method between the two styles of play.
Yeah, and I'd like to get into kind of ITC versus regular 40k discussion at some point down the line. But what I will say is that the problem is with the Castellan is that if you're playing Eternal War-based tournaments using chapter-approved missions, you're going to find that Castellan lists aren't very, very strong, because the problem is with Castellan lists, especially now they're 700 points, is the only things that you can take to kind of then fill up on bodies and fill up on chaff is going to be the Guardsman or Adeptus Mechanicus stuff. And again, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be playing on boards where there's going to be a window that they're going to get shot through, and then you're going to find yourself with a situation where the Guardsman units, which are very reliable, objective securing units within an ITC setting, are all dead within a couple turns against most armies, because they're not very survivable by virtue of the fact they're cheap chaff units. So they do just drop dead. And people then find themselves in situations where, you know, they're relying on this Castellan, but actually the game as it's played is going to turn into more of, I need this objective, I need this objective, I hold this thing. There's very few scenarios within the new chapter approved missions where killing more stuff is actually the way to win. And even then, the Castellan's really, really good at killing big things. And also, don't get me wrong, it's good at killing characters and it's good at killing everything. But the thing is that that's its trick. It's 700 points of I kill anything. But it's a massive target and it's a massive point sink, and I think that's the thing. It works in ITC because, yeah, sure, you can hide stuff and build stuff around it, and that's a whole plan. Regular 40k, I just think, yeah, don't dismiss this thing if you're regularly playing in ITC games, because it's going to still hurt when it turns up. But if you're playing regular 40k and you're considering still taking this thing, fair play, do you. If you think it still works, that's great. I just don't think it necessarily is a very viable option now in regular 40k. But then if you were to ask me, I didn't think it was a massively viable option in the previous version, or the previous point version, because of the way you build army lists around it. But then that's a whole conversation for another time. Castellan's gone up in points. Boo-hoo, Crimea River. But whatever, it kind of needed to happen, I guess, because, you know, it was strong in the ITC, and that seemingly is how we balance our game now. We balance.
Well, I still think it was strong and it was good, but it wasn't the sort of UK meta, because sort of hordes dominate a bit more, and the Castellan's not very good against hordes, but it's still good against, you know, in an average game. If someone rocks up with it, it's going to do an awful lot better than your opponent, and you know that's not good for the game when you're sort of upsetting the balance. So I think the combination of the changing of invuns, which is good, and upping the points, which is needed, is probably sort of feels like it's going to put a lot of hurt on someone that had one, but actually I think it's just balancing the game for the better.
So yeah, last thing is probably just to say our overall impressions of this FAQ. Has it done what we wanted it to do, and will it make a tangible difference? Phil, what do you think?
It was interesting that everyone's like, this is the best FAQ ever. Yeah, it's pretty good. It still doesn't change the things I want changed in the game, but maybe they're too fundamentally different. So things like soup in general, or allies, I guess is what it is. That's still a thing. But I think people are slowly coming around to the idea of just accepting that that's how the game is intended to be played. There's still things obviously like daisy chaining models around and doing silly stuff like that, which bothers me, but that's obviously not going to get fixed. So I think overall it is pretty good. Interesting to note that also there's no new beta rules, like everything's now just been finalised. So maybe they're just going to let the game sort of simmer for a bit and see what comes out of this, or potentially at Warhammer Fest this weekend they're going to announce something else to add on to the game that's going to change everything. Who knows? But yeah, I'm pretty happy with it overall. It doesn't really affect. I think the biggest affect me in any way. I mean, the biggest thing is probably I've got to now screen against flyers. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah,
I would say for me, I'm happy with it overall. I think the changes are good to clarify and see. It's interesting as well. You raise a good point about the fact there's no new beta rules, or beta rules, whatever I'm supposed to say as an Englishman. So that's actually really interesting to see. Almost like we're moving into the realms of a new edition. I know I sound like a bit of a tin hat theorist, but I did sort of say once upon a time that I thought 9th edition was only around the corner, and I kind of believe that more and more as the years progressed, because, you know, it seems to me that 8th is a really, really, really... 8th is in a really good place right now. But I feel like we are on the cusp of a drastic series of changes in the form of what will hopefully be a 9th edition rule set, because so much about this rule set is fantastic, and they've really done a great job of refining it to a place where it's probably the best it can be. But there are fundamental issues within the game that probably need addressing and can't just be addressed through FAQs and erratas. It does need a rewrite in some regards. And I know I've made the point before about how the rules from what you buy versus what you get after you add in all the bolt-ons of chapter improved and so on are quite different things now. I think more and more it's becoming quite apparent that there needs to be that transition into a new rule set. But regardless, I'm happy of where we're at with it. I think ultimately they've made as good a series of changes as they can make. And I'm really excited to see what the future holds for the game. And I'm grateful that I don't massively need to change my army list for the next 6 months in order to remain competitive. Elder Flyers are still really strong. Scatterbikes are still really strong. Everything I've been doing and winning with up to this point remains really strong. So, yeah, I mean, when I saw, the whole thing about points values and rules adjustments, when I got to the point where it said Elder Psychic Powers, I was a bit like, oh, what are they going to do? And then when I was like, only affects Elder stuff, I was like, oh, okay, that's not that bad. And is there anything else? No. Okay, great. Carry on. So business as usual for me. Look forward to seeing what's around the corner. And looking forward to reading all the fun stuff that Warhammer Fest will have in store for us this weekend. So that'll be great. Alright guys, let's move on now to the next segment with our traditional transitional noise. Woo! And now, in this part of the podcast, we're going to talk about the wondrous world of Ynnari, because as everyone suspected, new rules have come out for Ynnari in the latest issue of White Dwarf. White Dwarf issue number... I don't actually know. Phil, what number is it?
No.
I think they probably got rid of numbers a while ago.
Have they done away with numbers? They've eradicated the need for numbers within the confines of White Dwarf.
Well, the dating system is just so much more useful because issue 134 makes no sense to anyone. But if I said it was May 2019, everyone knows when that happened.
It's true. It's true. Also, as well, you would think to yourself that maybe you needed to read all, however many before to make sure that you were up to date, and that would just not be necessary, would it? It would be misleading, even.
Well, I bet there are people that do have every single issue.
I would strongly agree with that statement. And well done, if that is you. You are a dedicated White Dwarf collector, and we applaud your effort. Well done, sir.
There was that weird period when they had all, like the mini issues.
There's the weeklies.
And now they've gone back to full-size issues, and I guess it messed up their library.
But you know what? I actually like the weekly ones, controversial as that seems.
That is very controversial. What did you like about the weekly format of White Dwarf?
It was handy and small, and you could take it on your commute on the tube when I was working in London. So it was really handy for that reason. But also, it gave you all the rules for free for new models that came out. So, for example, they released back in those days a whole bunch of new Tyranid models, and they just gave you the data sheets for free. So it was really handy just to read up on them. And this was obviously the days when, if you wanted to read the rules for free, you either had to go into a store and buy a codex, or look at a codex, or look at some squinty, pixelated potato can image that someone had posted up online. So those White Dwarfs giving away rules for free was actually quite novel back in those days.
I mean, you say free, though. They did still charge for the issue of White Dwarf, right?
Well, yeah, but obviously you're buying the issue for other reasons, not just that.
Indeed. Unless you were. In which case, out.
Much.
But in this instance, for those of you who are interested in ongoing collections of Ynnari, you're very likely to pick up issue May 2019. Because it contains a whole bunch of Ynnari rules, but not just Ynnari rules. I mean, what's really cool about this actual whole thing is that they've actually gone a little bit further than they have done in some previous instances and given a bit more flavour, given a little bit more background, given a little bit more imagery to the whole thing. So, this is Codex Index or Index. What's the official title of this article?
Index Xenos, subtitle Ynnari.
Index Xenos, subtitle Ynnari. And within it, you get loads of lovely background, or not loads, but a good amount of flavour about where the Ynnari came from, a little bit about the whole fracture of Beltan, and how, the Incarn emerged from the dead remains of the avatar of Beltan, and all of that lovely, lovely stuff. And there's some quite nice bits of artwork and corresponding imagery of characters and a bit more background around the free, the triumvirate of the Incarn and Ynnari and everything that kind of comes along with that. So yeah, it's a really good read if you want to kind of get stuck into the lore of what Ynnari is, what it represents, and what it is going to be contributing to the overall lore and mythos of the Eldari race, or the Azayari, or whatever we're supposed to be calling them these days. The Elder to you and me, the humble old school 40k player. But yeah, it's cool to see another faction. I was always hopeful that they might have added Exodites or some other kind of added a bit more flavour to some existing Elder stuff. But I'm just as happy to see more content around a new Elder faction, which is always lovely. And it's nice in a way that, talking about the rules side of things, that they've addressed some of the, I don't necessarily want to say issues, because I don't think it's a fair assessment to say that Ynnari was an issue, but it was definitely problematic, I would say, within the...
It was broken, I think, is the word you were looking for.
Yeah, broken is also an option, although, to be fair to Games Workshop, and I think, to be fair to the rules writing team, I think they were trying to experiment with an interesting rules idea, but it just created so many variables within normal standardized match play that it just wasn't ever going to be good for the ongoing health of the game. To have an army that had access to such an overridingly powerful ability, that being...
And for those people who might not know what it is, what is that old rule?
Well, thank you very much, Phil. I was just about to say, but I appreciate the input all the same. I was going to say, the old rule was that, well, it depends which of the old rules you're going to go with, because there was the old rule as written in the original Index Xenos, Volume 1, I think it was, which was all the Eldari or Elder races. And that was essentially that if anything died, or anything died within 7 inches of a Ynnari unit, you were given the option to activate a Soul Burst. And if you activated a Soul Burst, there was a multitude of things that you could do. You could either move, you could charge, you could attack, or you could shoot. Now, I appreciate I did a lot of those out of the sequence that they would normally be represented. I actually think you could even go so far as to cast psychic powers as well out of sequence, which was just bananas, because you could enter into these really crazy scenarios with your army where it was doing loads of out of sequence actions. And it also meant that if you daisy chained and deployed your army in certain kind of creative ways, that your opponent was suffering hugely, because not only were you able to do this when you were killing your enemy's stuff, you were also able to do it when your enemy was killing your stuff, which was just horrendous. Like the very idea that you could have had, or you can have loads and loads of like long range Dark Reapers, for example, and have one of those units drop dead, and then for another unit of Dark Reapers stood behind them in your enemy's turn to then open fire out of sequence. The whole thing was just... it was messy, to say the very least. And credit where credit's due to Games Workshop. They tried and they tried to patch it, and they patched it and they patched it, till we ended up with this very weird sequence of events where it was like it could only activate in the controlling player's turn. You could only do certain things, and well, not only certain things, you were still given the same level of flexibility, but they tried to downsize its efficiency. But it was just a horrible Frankenstein monster of a rule set, because instinctively, out of sequence actions within a tabletop war game like Warhammer 40,000 that doesn't already have an established rule set built around what we could call out of sequence actions is just not ideal. It just created so much ambiguity, so much, absurdity, and so much, so many issues, that it just wasn't ever something that I ever imagined that would have even made its way into early 8th edition, let alone carried on for... I mean, crikey, we've been putting up with this, for 2 years still now? Has it been 2 years now, 8th edition?
That. And if you think like in a tournament like situation, like you're essentially getting 90% of the activation time within the game. So it's like, well, I'm going to have my turn, and I'm going to shoot your stuff, and then I'm going to activate it again because I killed something. And then your turn, you'll do a psychic power, and you might kill something, which means that I get to activate again. And then I might kill something, which means I get to activate again. And then, okay, the shooting phase. Okay, you've shot one thing, and you've killed my fragile unit. Now I'm going to blow another one of your units off the table, which means another one of my units gets to charge you. It was insane.
It was really, really mad. And again, you know, within the game mechanics and system of the TCG Magic the Gathering, there's this wonderful kind of rules mechanic called the stack, which obviously goes towards trying to explain the sequencing by which things occur. And one of the problems is with Warhammer 40,000, though there are mechanical principles within the game that are kind of similar to the notion of a stack, the concept of a stack as it concerned Magic the Gathering hasn't necessarily ever been in effect within the rules of Warhammer 40,000. But for the Ynnari, it really started to become that thing, and that was really one of the only ways that I felt people even began to rationalise how it worked. It's like, well, yeah, but you did that, and that triggered this, and then I did this in response, and, you know, and I say, within the trading card game Magic the Gathering, the way that you prioritise your actions and you declare in reactions to other people's moves, as I say, has always been described as that stack system, and you have to essentially stack everything and then devise what the outcome is based on the order in which these abilities stack. And the game is built around that mechanic. But Warhammer 40,000 does not have anything like that within its sort of DNA of a rule system. So to have something like the Ynnari, which exploits any number of kind of randomly triggering events, was just madness, in my opinion. It just wasn't Warhammer 40,000. That rule, as interesting as it conceptually could have been, practically was an absolute nightmare.
Oh my god, yes, it was horrible, and it's finally about time that they fixed it.
Indeed. Now, it's fair to say when we get into the rules, they have obviously fixed it, but at the same time, some people could rightfully say that the Ynnari have taken a massive nerf. I think that's only inevitable, because anything less than what they were is a massive nerf, because what they were was exceptional. They were, even after what they'd become after the number of patches, it was still by far and away one of the most powerful series of abilities, not least because of what it did individually, but also what the overarching rule set was enabling you to play in the way of kind of these mad kind of soup detachments made up of all sorts of different craft world attributes or obsessions or whatever it happened to be. So it's really great from the outset that when you get into Index Ynnari, the first thing within the rules you see is a nice page of information about using the Ynnari army in Warhammer 40,000 and what you can and cannot get away with. So unless anyone has any comments, I guess I'll crack on and explain what Ynnari does now, I guess. Does that sound like a plan?
Yep, you're the Eldar man. You...
I'm the Eldar man. That is true. Although you are an Eldar man now too, aren't you, Joe? I finally got you.
Oh yeah, I am. I'm an Eldar man now. I've painted all of 1.5 models. The problem is that Games Workshop don't sell the nice models in metal anymore, so I have to do horrible resin.
Well, there we go.
It's horrible. There's bubbles and everything.
Struggling with the resin. Phil, have I yet to convince you on the benefits of joining the Elder side? Joe's doing Drakari, I've got Craftworld. Maybe you could be our Harlequin player.
Well, if I was to do Elder, it would actually be Corsairs, because I've obviously got to still be a Forge World hipster.
Well, they don't even sell Corsairs anymore. You'd really be a Forge World hipster.
No, I know. They do a few upgrade kits still, but they're like so few and far between. But I do like the look of them, or just more the concept of them over anything else.
That makes sense.
I do still have some Elder models. I got the triumvirate of you need. Although that's more for my Inquisitor conversions than actual Elder.
There you go. There you go. Well, let's talk through the initial using Ynnari army in Warhammer 40,000 stuff. So, if your army is Battleforge, you can include Yvraine, the Vizarch, or the Incarn in any Craftworld, Drukhari, or Harlequins detachment, as defined in their respective codexes. Provided the detachment does not have any of the following units. Any Eldari named characters. Now that is big, because previously, Ynnari were able to have named characters. So you could have Eldred Ulfran and the Vizarch, or Eldred Ulfran and Yvraine in the same detachment. You can no longer do that. Eldred Ulfran has remained pure. He is not reborn from the Ynnari. He's staying true to his Craftworld roots.
Which makes sense, given the story, because he wouldn't just bugger off and leave his people behind. So, yeah. So I'm happy that they've fixed it. But like the only people that you would consider that might do it would be like some Dark Eldar characters.
Like Vect. Old Vect would do it, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
But you can't even take him anymore, can you?
Nah, he's off having weird parties and stuff.
Exactly. So. Good old Vect. Anyway, so that's one thing. You also can't take any mandrakes, which I believe you could do before. You can't take the Avatar Arcane, which you definitely couldn't do before. You also can't take the Solitaire, or any of the Homunculus Coven units. So I'm fairly confident about... I'm very confident about the named characters things. I'm fairly confident about the Mandrakes. I think you could take Mandrakes before, but you definitely could take Solitaires before. So it's really interesting that they've further removed certain types of things from what you can and cannot take. So that's really good. That's a move in the right direction, I would say. Essentially, I won't go and read every single paragraph of this thing, because I'm assuming most people already know this or have seen some stuff about this. But if Yvraine, the Vizarch, or the Incarn is included in a Craftworld, Harlequins, or Drukhari detachment, you can choose for that detachment to maintain its Craftworld, Harlequins, or Drukhari detachment, or you can choose for it to become a Ynnari detachment. Now, that's really interesting as well, because what that essentially means is Yvraine could be out on a recruitment drive, right? She could be out there trying to convince people of the various merits of joining the Ynnari. So you might be able to play a kind of narrative thread where Yvraine is coming along trying to convince you of the virtues of Ynnari. She's off visiting friends in, the land of Drukhari or Harlequins or Craftworlds. Trying to preach the good word of the Incarn.
She could be going around cold calling people and knocking on their doors.
Exactly. I love the idea of Yvraine and the Vizarch being kind of door-to-door salesmen, or like they're on their mission, like the Mormons. Nonetheless, moving along. So you can either have them as characters in your regular everyday army, or you can turn your army into Ynnari. And if you do so, then all units in the detachment get the Ynnari keyword. The detachment is no longer considered to be a Craftworld, Harlequins, or Drukhari detachment, and as a result, it cannot use Craftworld, Harlequins, or Drukhari detachment abilities, stratagems, warlord traits, relics, psychic powers, or tactical objectives. So, unlike the Ynnari of old, you are now no longer able to utilize, say, Agents of Vect, or other Eldari stratagems. Agents of Vect is always the one that everyone remembers. But, yeah, I mean, that's huge. The fact that now, you aren't now actually able to take this weird smorgasbord approach. You're either a Ynnari player, and if as such, you adhere to the rules as defined within this index, or you're not a Ynnari player, and you can still take the Vizarch, the Incarn, or Yvraine, but you have nothing to do with all of this finery that you see here, which is, I think, a really nice middle ground and quite a sensible approach.
Am I not mistaken in that you can take those stratagems if you basically take one one Ynnari detachment, but then you still have your allied in detachment of Dark Elder?
Yes, that's 100% correct. Yeah, you could still mix up detachments if you wanted. So if you wanted one detachment as a Ynnari detachment, which was made up of Drakari models, but featured an income, but then had it alongside a regular Drakari army or detachment, then that's totally doable.
But you are going to get pretty penalised, I think.
Yeah, well, the thing
in
is
terms
here...
of rule synergy and stuff like that.
Yeah, so before, you could have still maintained certain attributes from your detachment. So you could have still been, in the case of Drakari, you could have still been Cabal of the Black Heart. And if you were still Cabal of the Black Heart, you could enter any Cabal of the Black Heart vehicle. So the thing is that you could have had a regular detachment of Drakari and taken a Cabal of the Black Heart Venom, and then taken your Ynnari Cabal of the Black Heart unit and put it inside of the Cabal of the Black Heart Venom, even though that Venom would be gaining all the benefits of being a regular Cabal of the Black Heart, which essentially meant it got power from pain, ignoring wounds on a 6, but your unit inside would instead be using Soul Burst. So the whole thing was like a mishmash of a horrible mess, whereas now it's very defined. You are either the Ynnari thing or you're not. And if you're not, then, don't worry about any of the Ynnari nonsense. And if you are Ynnari, you don't get too mixed up with the Craft World or the, Drakari or Harlequin's bits and pieces, which is, again, very nicely defined. And the other thing that's really interesting is if you are taking your forces Ynnari, you replace the Craft World, the Cabal, the Witch Cult, and the Mask keyword with either basically it's all reborn variants of all three variables. So you're either a reborn Craftworld, reborn Drakari, reborn Harlequins, which is really cool as well, because it's just further clarification that ultimately this is how the army works, and it is not intended to be this horrible mess of rules where you can take a bit of this and take a bit of that and have the best of all the different worlds. This is a Ynnari army, and this is exactly what I wanted to see from them, and exactly the sort of clarification that this needed to help Ynnari grow and become a more interesting faction within Warhammer 40,000.
Yeah, because before, Ynnari was a bit more of a bolt-on. It's like everything that you get from Ynnari is just a benefit to your previous, say, Crafted World army. So it's like, why wouldn't it be Ynnari as well? Because it just makes it so much better. Whereas now you get a bit more of a distinct choice to make, because there are unique rules with it, but then you actually lose out all the benefits of being Craft World. So you might now go, okay, but actually staying just as Craft World is probably better for my army. Or you might go, because of my play style, it still suits me being Ynnari.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a choice that you've got to make now, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Which is the right kind of situation to put players in. Don't just give them all the options, make them make choices, which is definitely the way forwards. So what is Strength from Death, I hear you cry? Well, Strength from Death, Soul Burst, it's all kind of one of the same thing. As soon as a unit is destroyed, all units from your army with the ability benefit from Soul Burst. A Soul Burst action, it calls itself, although it's not really an action anymore, which is an interesting kind of carryover from what it was. It's just an extra thing that you get. But essentially, if you benefit from Strength from Death, you benefit from a Soul Burst actions until the end of the turn. Whilst a unit is benefiting from Soul Burst actions, it always fights first in the fight phase, even if it didn't charge. If a model that benefits from Soul Burst action made a charge move this turn, or already has an ability that allows it to fight first in the fight phase, then whilst it benefits from Soul Burst action, you also add 1 to hit rolls, which essentially is kind of cool, but not necessarily massively broken. Really makes units like, say, the Incubi, or Striking Scorpions, or Banshees, or other kind of close combat specialist units within the Eldari ranges much, much stronger, because obviously they gain access to hitting on 2+, which is definitely nice. But for most of your characters, you're not going to massively feel the benefit of this because they already hit on 2s. The only additive or the only thing that's kind of interesting, I guess, is then the whole always goes first thing. So, again, it does add a little bit of an ebb and flow to, combat themes, because as things charge into you, you're able to fight back, in that you go, they go, priorities order type of way, which is quite nice. So that's all the different mainstay rules of the Ynnari. I think we did an adequate job of explaining all that stuff. Long story short, it's completely different from what they were before, but in a lot of ways, a much fairer, much better kind of rule set as far as balance goes. Does anyone have any comments or statements to make before we go on to talk about the 3 different characters and what they do?
I think the rule changes are all pretty good and pretty positive.
Yeah. I'm happy with the direction they've gone in.
Wonderful. Well then, Phil, why don't you tell us what you think about Yvraine, or more specifically, what Yvraine does?
I'll go through the stat lines and stuff. As far as I'm aware, she's pretty much unchanged from the previous editions, so, this might be pretty repetitive for those that already know. But here we go. So she's got a movement of 8, a weapon skill and ballistic skill of 2+, a strength and toughness of 3, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, a leadership 9, and a 6-up save. She's also armed with the Sword of Sorrows, and she can only take 1 in your army, quite obviously, because she's a named character. So the Sword of Sorrows is a melee weapon. It is a strength +1, AP -2, and D3 damage. So, not super powerful with her 4 attacks, but, not too bad either. She gets strength from death, which is the soul burst rule. A 4-up invuln save. She can, due to her little Grinks familiar, add +1 to her psychic and denied tests. And then she's also the Herald of Ynnari, which says each time another Eldari model is slain within 6 inches of her, roll a d6. On a 4-up, she regains 1 lost wound. And if the model was a Psyker, you can generate 1 additional psychic power for Yvraine from the Revenant Discipline, which is the sort of psychic powers that they have to take. She's also got the Revered Figurehead rule, which allows her to embark on any Eldari transport, even if that transport might have a specific rule which would not allow her to do it. It also says she can manifest 2 psychic powers in each friendly psychic phase and attempt to deny 1 in the enemy psychic phase. She also knows Smite, as well as the 2 powers from the Revenant Discipline. And that's pretty much it.
There you go. What is your impression of her, Phil?
She was the one that everyone always took previously, and I didn't know if that was because she was the cheapest or if she was the best all-round in the previous edition, but I have heard mutterings of actually now the other 2 are probably a bit more viable, especially based on how the rules work and the close combat mechanic around soul bursting. So because she clocks in at 132 points, so she's the second most expensive or second cheapest, depending on which way you want to look at it.
The middle one.
The middle one, basically, of the 3, exactly. So I don't know. I can't comment too much. She seems pretty good, not crazy broken, but just pretty good.
So my perspective on Yvraine. So she was always the one that everyone used because obviously she used to be the cheapest, and the psychic powers that she used to have access to included triggering the old school soul burst where you used to get to shoot again. So it was literally 7 or 8 warp charge, but obviously she adds +1 to that anyway. But the fact was, it was do a psychic power and then a unit gets to shoot for completely free, which was bonkers before. And you also used to cast a psychic power where they could reroll 1s as well. And I think that was only like 5 warp charge. So it used to be for roll a 4+ on 2d6, and then that unit can reroll 1s and then soul burst them, and they'll shoot loads in the psychic phase. And that was just massive. So then you trigger it. Sorry, Phil.
Pretty crazy.
It was mad. It was absolutely mad. And that's the thing with her. She was like, back in the day, with the combination of powers that were available to her, she was super potent. Whereas these days, I'm not so sure. I think... I'm not sure. I think there's probably still a place for her. The psychic powers, the Revenant discipline, which we'll be talking about later, has some reasonable options within it. Nothing especially like incredible, but nothing especially bad either. It's it's a good psychic discipline. So having access to a psyker like Yvain is good. The only problem, I suppose, is that she now isn't necessarily going to get the best out of your army overall, and she's not as good as, or these psychic powers are nowhere near as good as the classic Elder psychic powers of like Doom or Guide or Executioner, and I think a lot of people, if they're taking Eldar psychers, will still prioritise having those kind of mainstay powers in their arsenal. So, yeah, I'm on the fence about her at this moment in time. I doubt we'll see that much of her moving forwards, which is funny given the fact that she was all we saw of the Ynnari prior to this. But yeah, I'd be surprised if anyone's hugely running her going forwards. What do you reckon, Joe?
I think the thing is that she used to be an amazing support character, really. And I think she's lost a lot of that now. There are like the psychic powers, which you said we're going to look over later. I think that psychic role could easily be filled by something like a cheap warlock instead. I think she's good if you want to play a fun game and use all the characters. But I don't think she's game-changing like she used to be.
No, that makes sense. I mean, actually, it's a really interesting point that you raised there, I suppose, because you could still take a Seer Council, couldn't you, or a Warlock Conclave, and a couple Warlocks on jet bikes would have more wounds than her, would cost, it's 67 points for a Warlock on jet bike, so 2 of those is 144 points, right? No.
Yeah.
Is that right? No, it's 134 points, isn't it?
Yeah,
134 points, which is 2 points more than her. So for 2 points more than her, you could have a Warlock Conclave, or even just 2 Warlocks on bikes, and you'd have access to... They would cast as many psychic powers, they would deny 1 extra, they're tougher, they move further. Yeah, the only thing is they don't gain the +1 and they don't get the whole... Because the real trick of her is if you can kill other psychers around her and then get her to buff up to, having loads of extra spells. The only negative is that it's very rare these days, unless you're fighting against Grey Knights or Thousand Suns, to see an absolute truckload of psychers on the board. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Apart from that, I don't think she's as amazing as she used to be.
Well, how's about you try and convince us on the virtues of the Vizark, Joe? What's good about the Vizark?
I really like the Vizark. I really liked the model before, but he'd never compared to Yvain. But I actually think he's a bit of a baller now. I don't think his rules have changed that much. So he's got the movement 8, weapon skill, ballistic skill 2, strength and toughness 3, 5 wounds, and a healthy 5 attacks, leadership 9, and a free up save. He's got the sword, Asuvar, the Sword of Silent Screams, which gives him +2 strength, which means he's strength 5, -3, and D3 damage. Enemy units suffer casualties as a result of attacks made by this weapon. Subtract 1 from their leadership characteristic, which is until the end of the turn. He's got the strength from death, champion of Ynnari. Each time another Eldari model is slain within 6 inches of the Vizark, roll 1d6 on a 4+, the Vizark regains 1 lost wound. If that model was a character, add 1 to the Vizark's attack characteristic for the rest of the battle, which is pretty good, because then he bumps up to 6 attacks. So you could take, like we just said, take a whole bunch of cheap warlocks, run him around him, let him get killed, and then just bump him up.
Warlocks aren't that cheap, though, unfortunately. Gone are the days when they're 35 points a model. Now they're 55 minimum.
Oh, Jesus. Well, in that case, we won't bother with that then.
Are there any Drakari characters that are like cheap, like or are characters like a Sliff or something? Does that maintain a character keyword somewhere? Probably not.
Good.
The Medusa,
the cheapest
not the
you've
Medusa,
got is
sorry.
the Lamian and the Urgol.
But are they characters?
They're 15 points apiece. I haven't got the book near me at the moment.
Well, regardless, I don't think that's going to be a hugely advantageous strategy.
It's got the usual. It's got reroll hit rolls of 1 for attacks made with melee weapons by friendly Ynnari models after within 6. And it's got Warden of Yvraine. Each time Yvraine loses a wound whilst the Vizark is within 3 inches, you can choose for the Vizark to shield Yvraine. If you do, roll a d6 on a 2+. Yvraine does not lose the wound, but the Vizark suffers a mortal wound, which is it's quite powerful. Because if, for instance, she gets hit by a las cannon that would do a flat 6 damage to her, you'd be like, okay, I'll just take 1 more wound, and it's fine.
No, because it says when you lose a wound. So
when you lose a wound.
Yeah, it's not when you take damage.
For each piece of damage gone. But that's still fine.
It might depend how the sequence works on that. I'll check that, and we can feedback on it later for something. But yeah, you're almost certainly right.
Like, I think it's like, because you roll to wound, and then you roll to save, you take the wound, and then you roll for damage.
Well, no, you roll the damage to work out how many wounds you've taken. Because if it's D3 damage, you don't know if it's 1 or 3. So you've not lost a wound until you've rolled that dice.
Oh, that's fine. But even if you take 3 damage, like you're rolling 3 2-ups, you'll get pretty unlucky to roll 1s on that. And then he's got 4-up invuln, and then his other one is the revered figurehead, like Yvraine, which means that he can travel in Eldari transports, even if he's not allowed to.
It's also worth mentioning that I forgot to say with Yvraine is if they're a warlord, they have to take a specific warlord traits. So it's probably worth looking at now, just because it combos with their stats. So he gets Master of Death, which is each unmodified hit roll of a 6, made for his attack in close combat. He scores 2 hits instead of 1.
Yeah, which is pretty tasty considering if the strength from death goes off, he's getting +1 to hit. He's getting exploding 5s and 6s.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is pretty good.
And he's rerolling 1s anyway.
Yeah, I think he's probably the better of the HQs to take because they're clearly pushing Ynnari down the mainly all close combat force route.
They're also building some very clear, tangible links between the Vizark and the Incubi, right? Or the Incubi, depending on your pronunciation.
His ability with his sword, which subtracts from leadership, kind of combos with the Incubi's special rule as well. Because theirs is each time your opponent makes a morale test for a unit that is within 6 inches of enemy Incubi, and the result of the morale test equals the leadership characteristic in the unit, the test is failed at 1 model flees from the unit. So it could be you lose. So even if you get the right amount, you still fail by 1. So, but I guess that could be stackable. I don't know how that would work conjoined together, but I think there's a lot of leadership debuffs in this army. So I think they're pushing you send the Vizark in with a whole bunch of incubi, they kill a whole bunch of people, and then all the leadership debuffs mean that even more people run away. But then that can also cause some issues, because obviously the leadership step is done after you've piled in, consolidated and stuff. So if you kill too many people, they could all run away and then leave you stood in the open.
That is true. Sometimes it is not strategically wise to kill everything.
Yeah.
Gotta leave those human shields lying around for you to get behind.
Yeah. But I think he's great. I think he's got some good killing potential. He kills Primaris Marines for days. And if he's backed up by Incubi, then they're just going to slaughter everyone, basically.
I think when you combo him with that Warlord trait, like you said, he's got some real potential, especially, that you can add one to his attack characteristics, and they've not capped his attack characteristics. Before, he was capped, I believe, because it was just if an Elder unit or something died within range of him, because he could go up to, I think he was capped before at like 9 attacks or something, or 6 or 8 or something like that. Obviously, the circumstances by which an Ynnari model is slain within 6 of the Vizark is very, very now unlikely, but that it's still an interesting mechanic that potentially you could get him up to. I mean, you'd never be able to do this, but you don't seem to have a cap on how far you can take his attacks characteristic, and then when you combo that with his, exploding 5+s as they can be in the case of Soul Burst, it's actually a pretty tasty little combination of crazy things that he can potentially dish out, which is nice, I guess.
And there's some good corresponding stratagems to go along with him as well. But we'll hit those in a minute. I reckon we can hit those in a minute.
We'll hit those in a minute. We'll just get the characters done, and then we'll move on to picking some stratagems. So it is for me to sing the praises of the Incarn and all the wondrous things that the Incarn has access to. So the Incarn is a single model equipped with the Valifzar, the Sword of Souls. Only one of this model may be included in your army. Let that be known. It has a movement of 8, which is surprisingly slow for the size of model that it is. It's a big base, and it's all kind of, swirling ethereal energies, so you would imagine that would have more than 8 inches of movement on it, but I digress. Its weapon skill, ballistic skill, no surprise, is 2+. So 2+ weapon skill, 2+ ballistic skill. Has a strength and toughness of 6, which is every shade of all right. It has 9 wounds, which is the best amount of wounds, because it's the most that you can have access to without being able to get shot by things, which is pretty lovely. As Gilliman will attest, 9 wounds is A-OK. And then it also has 6 attacks, making it the most attacky of all of the things that we talked about so far. And it also has a leadership of 9 and a 3+ save, which is underwhelming for what you're looking at, I would say. Anything stand out to any of you guys on that actual profile before I move on? Any comments or things that surprised you?
Did you say 6 attacks or 9 attacks?
6 attacks, leadership
Okay.
9.
Good. I just thought I'd misheard you for a second, and you were going crazy with 9 attacks.
Well, that would be crazy. That would be really, really good. 9 wounds as well. 9 wounds, leadership 9, 6 attacks.
6 attacks is pretty healthy, considering whereas the Vizark's got exploding attacks where you could probably get a lot more, but it's inconsistent. The Incar, 6 attacks is actually quite a lot in general, because most high point characters like Kim tend to only ever get about 4.
Unless you're an Universal Assassin, of course.
Well, of course. But Gilliman, how many attacks has Gilliman got? He's only got 4, isn't he?
Nah, he's probably got 6, mate. I can't remember, but it's a lot.
Okay. Because like Dreadnoughts and Knights and stuff have only got 4.
Yeah, but they're not a Primarch, are they, mate?
But they're a lot more stompy. Stompy.
So, in terms of the weapon that she carries, the Sword of Souls, that is a melee weapon. No surprises there. It has the strength of the user, which is strength 6 to those that were paying attention. It has an AP of -4, D6 damage, and you can reroll wound rolls for attacks made with this weapon. So it's essentially a melter-gun sword, although, to be fair, it's only strength 6. But at the same time, you can reroll wounds, which is pretty tidy. So in most instances, if you're throwing the Incarn into a vehicle, it's going to be wounding said vehicle on about a 5 in most instances. But 5 with rerolls, -4 and D6 damage is nothing to stick your nose up at. Again, it's all right. Next, Strength from Death, which we all know. It's that ability they've got now where they get to go first in combat and add 1 to their hit rolls and so on. It is a demonic avatar, and as such has a 4+ invulnerable save, which again, it's all right. Inevitable Death. When you set up the Incarn, it can be set up waiting rather than on the battlefield. If it is, then each time a unit, friend or foe, is completely destroyed, you can choose to set up the Incarn as close as possible to the position of that unit, more than 1 away from all enemy models. The Incarn may not charge in the turn it was set up in this manner. So, if you kill something with the Incarn in turn 1, you can bring the not the Incarn, but if you kill something with your army in turn 1, you can make the Incarn appear next to where it died, which is quite interesting. So you could shoot something, and then the Incarn would pop up in turn 1, making it one of the few things, if not one of the only things, that can come out of reserves turn 1, which is interesting, I guess. Not that it does anything when it arrives there, because unless you manage by some absolute miracle to have killed something in, I don't know, the movement or shooting phase, in your turn 1, you're not then going to be able to really do anything with the Incarn because it can't charge, it doesn't have any range weapons, and you're probably not in the psychic phase anymore, so it's not going to then cast psychic powers, which it can do. So yeah, essentially what you're effectively doing with the Incarn in that situation is, here's the Incarn and deal with it, because next turn, it's going to do something.
Am I right in thinking that the inevitable death rule, where it's not on the table and needs to be summoned, is still can't be deployed until turn 2? Because it's still suffering from those universal rules.
Well, it's a different set of scenario, isn't it? Because in this, it's not coming in from reserves in the traditional sense, i.e. it's not being placed on the board at the end of the movement phase. This comes onto the board in a shooting phase, or in a assault phase, or combat phase, or anywhere when something dies. So the question is that stipulation concerning turn 2 onwards still in effect for the Incarn or not?
I would assume that it would include first turn. Because you've got to think, they've imposed the restrictions for no deep strike turn 1, because you can deep strike, do psychic powers, shoot, and then charge. Whereas he can't do anything. He just turns up.
Yeah.
It just blobs about for 10 minutes, and then he gets to charge in turn 2.
Yeah. The only stipulation where the Incarn could do something in the controlling player's turn 1 is if by some miracle your opponent charges you turn 1 and you kill them, or they kill you even in turn 1, and then you appear, and then you can do stuff in your turn 1, or subsequently something appears, gets in a fight turn 1, doesn't kill you turn 1, and then you smite them off you to kill them in the psychic phase, and then it appears in the psychic phase, and you can do psychic powers. But again, the likelihood of that ever happening is slim.
You could run like a unit of 3 Reaver jet bikes and just blast them forward turn 1 and be like, shoot me, or just get that charge off turn 1, and then either be overwatched to death by a Tau gunline, or kill something when you charge in combat, and then be murdered to death by 100 infantry or a knight.
Well, what happens if you, because obviously you can do a pre-game 9-inch move, for example. So you do that. So you've got some guys in the middle of the board. Then they go first. They kill that unit, and then you summon it, summon the Incarn, and then in your turn one, because it's now your turn, not their turn, you can still charge, right?
Yeah, totally.
But you also managed to deploy outside of your deployment zone turn one.
Yeah.
Assuming it overrides the reserves rule.
It still says that the Incarn may not charge in the turn that it is set up in this manner.
Yeah, so what Phil's saying...
Is it a player turn, or is it a player... Is it the turn as in...
It's not a battle round, it's a turn. So if your opponent in turn one kills something in your army, the Incarn can appear. But again, when you set up the Incarn, it's set up waiting rather than on the battlefield. It is completely destroyed. You can choose to set the Incarn as close as possible to the position of that unit. So you can't put this thing in your enemy's deployment zone. You have to put this thing where the thing that it's replacing died. So if someone shoots something in your deployment zone, turn one, the Incarn will pop up in your deployment zone. It won't pop up anywhere you want it to go. It has to be in your deployment zone or wherever the enemy died. So as Phil was saying, yeah, sure. If someone has something that you move it across the table and it dies in the middle of the table and you replace it with the Incarn and then in your turn one it arrives, then yeah, sure, that's totally doable by how I'd interpret this rule. The only thing is with that is that actually good? Because, you know, theoretically you could take a Drakari Razorwing plane and then you could move it exactly 19 inches up the board, and then the Drakari plane would die because you didn't move it its minimum 20, so it would explode in midair, and then you go, bah, there's an Incarn in my psychic phase. But is that ever going to be good? No, probably not, but you could technically do it.
So I'm just reading the Tactical Reserves rule, and it says, furthermore, in match play games, units that are not placed on the battlefield during deployment in order to arrive on the battlefield mid-game as reinforcements cannot arrive on the battlefield during the first battle round. So it doesn't say anything about the movement phase. So I would say the Incarn couldn't deploy in the first battle round because it would fall foul to the Tactical Reserves rule.
Well, in which case, it's even worse. So that's good. Anyway, let's talk about Summoned by Death. So Summoned by Death is basically the same as Inevitable Death, which is to say that if something dies, or each time a unit is destroyed, you can immediately remove the Incarn from the battlefield and set it up again as close as possible to the position of that unit, more than one away from the enemies. The Incarn may not charge. That's rubbish. Why would you ever do that?
This is actually the better of the two rules. You're much better off having the Incarn deployed like out the way. So, for example, in a corner or behind a building, out of line of sight. So it's perfectly safe on turn one. But then you send, like I said, a unit across the table that you know is going to get destroyed, or you kill one of their units in their deployment zone. And on turn one, you could then re-summon this, basically, into their deployment zone. And because it is a bit like the jump, because it's already on the table, it can do that. And it also doesn't suffer from needing to be outside of 9 inches.
True, but it can't charge.
No, but I mean, it's still much further up the board and doing sort of what it needs to do. I mean, it would have to then still survive a turn of being shot at, but then that could be possible with your wounds and your 4-up invuln, for example.
Unlikely.
It depends what the person's got, I guess.
Yeah. So there's that. And then also you've got the Ynnari Stirs. There we go. Friendly Ynnari units automatically pass morale tests while they're within 6 of this model. In addition, whenever a friendly Ynnari unit within 6 of the Incarn loses a wound, roll d6. On a 6, that wound is not lost. So everything around it gets feel no pain 6+. That's good. That's good. And fearless. That's also good. So actually, you can have really tough, irritating tar pit armies of Eldar with the Incarn. So you can essentially take loads and loads and loads of, cheap units of witches or, Kabbalite warriors or Storm Guardians, and you know that these guys are never going to run away and they're going to be tough to kill. So that's kind of nice. You can do Horde Eldari. What a treat.
I've just sort of one other thing to do with either the inevitable death or the summoned by death is if you do it in your opponent's turn and it's before the charge phase. So, for example, one of your units gets shot in the shooting phase, and then you can deploy within up to an inch of an enemy model. You can then still heroically intervene and attack.
Yeah, but then I guess, well, the only way that would work though is if your opponent managed to get something of his killed in the move in his own shooting phase.
No, he kills something. Well, it depends on. He basically needs to kill one of your things, and like for example in close combat. No, I'm not saying necessarily that it's going to be in his deployment zone.
Oh yeah,
but what I mean, but you could do that on say much later on. So say you've got something either midfield or turn 2 or turn 3. You've got stuff in his deployment zone. He then either charges it or shoots at it, and you can then deploy up to within 3 inches of one of his units.
Yep.
Like you then don't have to have a turn of getting. I mean, if it's in his turn, you can attack anyway. I mean, in terms of it'll be your turn next, but it does mean you can get stuck into combat a turn early.
No, that makes sense. All I will say for the Incarn, and she also has that ability where it regains wounds on a 4+ if something dies around it. But yeah, all I say about the Incarn is it's all right. It's got access to 2 psychic powers. It can cast 2 psychic powers a turn, deny 1 in the enemy turn. It's all right. This is the thing with the Incarn. I do not see where the price premium is coming from. I don't see what it is that you're paying 337 points for. Nothing about this has 337 points written over it. Mm-hmm. If you told me this thing was 160 points, I'd still go, it's all right. But 337 is bananas for this.
I mean, 6d6 minus 4 attacks is pretty good. Like d6 damage.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, also you've got to factor in the warlord trait if you want it to be the warlord.
Well, true. So if we were to look at its warlord trait, just because we were talking about the warlord traits before.
Souls, that is. So +1 attack and strength if it's benefiting from soul burst action.
Yeah, so again, it's 7 attacks and strength 7.
To me, it just kind of feels like a tooled up demon prince without wings, and a tooled up demon prince without wings isn't that great.
No, and that's the thing, right? It's like 337 points is serious points. I'm not convinced this thing could go toe to toe with. It couldn't go toe to toe with Abaddon. It couldn't go toe to toe with Marnia's Calgar. It couldn't go toe to toe with various other mid-tier unit options. It's. I mean, I think they're off their rocker.
And those are all things that that are about 140 points cheaper.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how much is Abaddon these days? 240.
Yeah. So Abaddon's 100 points cheaper.
Yeah.
Calgar's 137 points cheaper.
Yeah.
Both of them would batter him. I don't know how many points the Swarm Lord is. Swarm Lord is actually probably the closest comparison to this guy.
Yeah.
Do you think he would just benefit from a regular deep strike rule where he can drop in and attempt a 9-inch charge?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Also, as well, it's just... I just struggle to understand... Because the thing is, its ability is, hey, you can be anywhere. And when you get there, you can't do anything. It's like, brilliant.
Kind of cool for grabbing objectives. I mean, you can shift... You can shoot a unit off an objective and then you can plonk yourself on it straight away.
You don't want to spend 340 points on one of those units.
Yeah,
that's the job of like a 50-point unit.
Well, not even that. You can take those worms, can't you, from the Blackstone Fortress Abdul kit, whatever it's called, Amble kit. Sorry.
Amble.
Yeah, you can take the Amble kit and take a 12-point worm that does that. You don't need to take a 337-point monster to do the job of a 12-point worm.
Most, like, for example, if you shoot a unit off of an objective, you can't then put your models on it that turn. Unless you can somehow do a weird charge type thing.
I suppose...
Like, normally, if something's on an objective, you can't be on it that turn.
Yeah, true.
So this gives you a bit of tactical nuance with that. Admittedly, that's not really what it should be used for.
No.
It depends on how much you value command point, not victory points. Obviously, the victory points make you win, but it's one of those, at the start of the game, how many points of your army do you want to dedicate to capturing those?
Also, as well, I mean, you got to accept that you put the Incarn at front and centre, or you do something like that, and you go, oh, I've got to capture that objective this turn. The next turn, it's dead, right? It's not going to stand up to, you shoot this thing with 20 tactical Marines, and I'm using tactical Marines as the example. But yeah, flipping it, you shoot it with 20 intercessors, it's dead. Like that, it will not live that many shots. It's just it's or maybe it will with like one wound left or something really irritating.
A Tau gun line will just blow this guy off the table without a second thought and still have shots left over.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. It's like 300, literally, maybe 160 is too low, but 180 points, I'd still be going, I'm not sure. I can get better for 180 points, but maybe. But yeah, flipping heck, 337, I can't see anyone ever taking this unless there's someone who has done a gorgeous job painting it, because that's the only reason that you would take this thing, is if you've painted a gorgeous version of it and you just want to show off how beautiful it looks. But other than that, no one. I mean, don't get me wrong, I can eat my words and someone could turn around and be, oh, you'll never guess what, Dan? So-and-so won the Las Vegas Open with, the Incarn. I'll go, oh, I just obviously didn't realise the incredible nuance of the thing, but as far as I can see it, nah. That's bad. The Vizark is clearly now the best HQ choice of the Ynnari. If you're taking an Incarn, I mean, no, why? Like, why would you ever do it? I just don't understand. The Avatar's better than this. The Kayla Mencha Kane Avatar is better than this, and the Kayla Mencha Kane Avatar is, as he looks at Battle Scribe, because that's the source of all knowledge, 220 points. So it's 17 points less for an Avatar of Kane, and an Avatar of Kane is better, as far as I can tell. I mean, not drastically better, but certainly better than he should be for the points difference. I mean, an Avatar of Kane has got a movement of 7, so 1 less, a weapon skill of 2 plus, a ballistic skill of 2 plus, so the same, a strength of 6 are the same, toughness 6 the same, 8 wounds, so 1 less wound, 5 attacks rather than 6, leadership 9, and a 3 plus save. But he's got the Wailing Doom, and the Wailing Doom is a melter gun, and it's a strength 8, AP -4, D6 damage, roll 2 dice, pick the highest for the damage. Like, he's way better. Yeah, sure, he's got a slightly worse invulnerable save, but, Yeah, I mean, for 117 points later, if you want an avatar, take the avatar of Kane. Don't bother with this thing. It's not worth the price of admission, in my opinion. In my opinion. Which is all you're going to get here, other than obviously Joe's and Phil's. What do you reckon, gents? Do you agree or disagree with my mad ramblings?
I 100% agree. But then, if you're going to take... I don't think you'd take either avatar, to be honest, if you're writing a list.
No.
Ever.
No.
For the points, that's like... For his points, you could fit a very cheap Dakari battalion in.
How many points is a Knight Gallant last we looked?
320, 350 mark.
Wow. So basically the same points as this.
Yeah, and it would stomp all over him.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up the points for the... here he is. Yeah, Knight Gallant, 352. And that's with the auto gun. Not the auto gun, sorry. The heavy stubber rather than melter. So 352. So literally, 15 points more? And every bit better. It's just...
And the Gallant's going to be charging him as well, because if you play him with the rules, he's going to turn up turn 1, stood in front of your guard army, doing naff all, and that Gallant's just going to run over and just give him a good slapping.
Yeah. So there you go. Don't take an Incarn. They're bad. I feel like they've mucked up there. When you can get a Gallant for about 15 points more, this just doesn't make any sense. I mean, you can have a choice: an Incarn or a Gallant. I'm pretty sure.
How many points is a Wraith Knight?
I don't know. We're getting into the realm of far too many comparisons here. I think we've made our point, Joe.
Basically, if you buy this box, open it up, take out your Vrain, look at her, put her down, pick up the Vidzark, put them together, pick up the Incarn, and then throw them out the window.
Well, maybe not, because it is a beautiful model, even though it is a pain in the arse to build. I mean, good lord. I remember someone saying it was really easy to put together. It took me ages, and it was awful. The whole thing is held up by its hair. It's the most absurd, awful piece of sculpture in the sense that, yeah, sure, it looks beautiful when it comes together, but good lord, is it hard to make work. It's really, really bad putting that thing together. If you've had an easy time putting together an Incarn, you're way better at modelling stuff than I am, because that thing did not want to go together. Gravity was not on my side that day. So now with that all said, let's talk about some stratagems. Joe, what stratagem do you like?
I like the Inevitable Fate one, which is quite good. It's 2 command points. Use this stratagem at the start of the fight phase. Select one enemy unit. Reroll wound rolls for attacks made with melee weapons by Ynnari units that target that unit until the end of the phase, which is great, because I'm already thinking that you're just taking 3 units of Incubi and the Vidzark, and they can fly up in their little transport and then jump out and then chop a knight to death. Chop, chop, chop.
Would you not want to pay 2 CPs to give them Strength of Death before the game begins as well? The Shrine of the Whispering Gods?
Oh, obviously, because that then, that gives them the +1 to hit, which means they're hitting on 2s, re-rolling 1s. And then I'm going to slide in a sneaky third stratagem.
Crikey.
Quickly. United in Death. Use this stratagem at the start of the fight phase. Select 1 reborn Azayurani, 1 Harlequin, and 1 reborn Jakari unit from your army. To the end of phase, add 1 to the attack characteristics. So, of each of these units was their benefit of the Soul Burst action, which means those Incubi are putting out 4 attacks each.
Crikey.
Which is pretty healthy. So 4 attacks each, hitting on 2s, re-rolling to wound, whatever they're deciding to chop up.
All they need now is some way to not get killed by Overwatch, and they'll be in business.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that's missing from Eldar at the moment, apart from the Banshee Mask that you chuck on ye old Autarch.
Or the Howling Banshees themselves.
Or the Howling Banshees themselves, which would be quite good in this army, but they seem to be pointing you more in the direction of Incubi.
Yes. Yeah, they do seem to like the idea that Incubi have something to do with Ynnari, don't they?
Yeah. But I think Howling Banshees would have been a better option, but then they would have made them too competitive, and people would just gone and bought all the Howling Banshees.
That may well have happened.
Which, as I've said, which I've already now hating the idea of, is I'm going to have to put together 15 resin models.
How you suffer.
That'd be an hour of my life, just basically headbutting a door, essentially, in pain.
It's not possible to convert them up from some plastic kits.
You could probably do something from the fish people, but obviously the fish people don't have much armor going on, and that's kind of like the Incubi shtick. They're like because they got a free up save. They just wade in.
Mm-hmm.
You're just gonna have to wait, Joe, until they do whatever the Dark Elder or not Dark Elder, sorry, Dark Elf new kind of Age of Sigmar faction ends up being, right?
Oh yeah, they the Dark Elf have got, and I cannot remember the name of the unit, but they've got like a evil greatsword unit, which are all creepy. But I think those are already in plastic, so I'm not sure if they'll do new ones of those yet.
Well, indeed. Wait and see on that front, I suppose.
Yeah.
Phil, do you have a stratagem that you would like to call out for all of its finery?
Yeah, why not? So there's the Exalted of Ynnari, which is 1 CP. So you use the stratagem for battle and select a Ynnari character, and it can't be your warlord or a named character, but you basically allow it to become a warlord. You get a warlord trait from the Ynnari table, and it's only warlord for the purposes of the warlord trait, basically. But you also have to make sure it is a different warlord trait from one that you might already have. And obviously you can use the stratagem only once. So it's quite nice, because actually the warlord traits, as we'll soon see, are actually pretty good. So the ability to gain an extra one, a little bit like the Vigilus special detachments, which also allow you to gain a warlord trait, so pretty cool.
Very good. Well, I like Fire and Fade, because it's great. It's always great in the Elder Army, and I'm sure it'll be great here. Fire and Fade. I love it. Moving after shooting. All the fun. There you go. Stratagems, wonderful. Let's talk about warlord traits. Joe, which warlord trait would you like to call out for all of its splendour?
Well, I like my choppy, so I'm going to go with Warden of Souls.
Okay.
Whilst the warlord is benefiting from soul burst actions, add one to its attacks and strength characteristics.
Not bad.
Which is pretty good. You chuck him on an Autarch, I guess, with a Banshee mask. Oh, he can't take the relics, can he? Or can he? Because it's equipment.
That's not a relic, yeah, that's a piece of equipment.
That's a piece of equipment, so that's actually pretty solid then. He can fly around protecting the people about to charge in.
There you go. Phil, which of the warlord traits would you most likely want to take?
I'm going to call out Walker of the Many Paths, partly because it's very similar to Grand Strategist for the Astra Militarum, but infinitely better. So I'm going to have a little moan about it. So you can reroll one hit roll or wound roll made for your warlord each turn. In addition, if your army is Battleforged, you basically get to refund command points that you spend on a 5-up. Which is like the Grand Strategist, because you can again refund command points on a 5-up. But your warlord can re-roll a single hit roll, wound roll, or save roll, but only once per battle.
But isn't the addition of re-rolling a save, you think, not worth the sacrifice of being able to do it every turn?
Well, basically, you basically get an extra CP for your warlord only, whereas this gives you one extra CP per turn for your warlord for attacking a wronged wound, and obviously not your save roll. But overall, especially if you're in close combat or if you got an invuln save, I don't know. I think that one's infinitely better.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair
It's basically five extra CPs instead of 4.
Makes sense. Makes
Or
sense.
1, sorry.
I'm gonna pick Fear of the Grave. Woo! Enemy units must subtract 1 from their leadership characteristics whilst they are within 6 of this warlord. They must subtract 2 instead during any turn in which an enemy unit was destroyed by an attack made by this warlord. So it's interesting, it's nuanced, but when comboed with a few other things in the codex that allow you to, or rather, sorry, the index, that allow you to reduce some of the leadership additionally, it's quite cool to have something extra that adds minus debuffs to the leadership. For example, you could take a Hemlock. Ooh, my favourite. I love a Hemlock. You can take a Hemlock, you could bomb it up the field like you do, and then all of a sudden everything's suffering a -2 anyway. Then you could have your Warlord charge in, murder something, and go BAM! There's another -2 to you, within range of some good Horde stuff. Then you could combo it with a stratagem that we didn't call out earlier, but there is a stratagem. Admittedly, it's 2 CPs to do it, but that's an additional -2. So all of a sudden, you're in this weird situation where you've done a -6 leadership debuff, and then you could force something to take a leadership test because you would have thought about this whole synergy beforehand and gone, there you go, big important unit, you're now leadership 2, and you've suffered 3 casualties. Everyone runs away. Wouldn't that be lovely? Again, I like leadership debuff stuff. I've used it to great effect in my own games, so it's always nice to see another thing that, benefits from all that, which is ace. Right, let's talk about this Revenant discipline. Joe, what psychic power would you like to call out for being the bestest in your opinion?
I'm gonna go for Unbind Souls. It's Warp Charge 6. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 inches of the Psyker. Till the start of your next Psychic phase, you can re-roll wound rolls for attacks made with melee weapons by Ynnari models from your army that target that enemy unit, which, hilariously, is the same as the stratagem, which I mentioned a moment ago, Inevitable Fate. So you could have 2 units that you've charged that you can basically re-roll to wound against, which is super good. So if you mass charge a couple units, then you're getting a decent buff against them.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Further stating that they want this army to be all close combat.
It certainly is looking that way. Phil, which of these psychic powers would you like to call out?
I'm going to go for Gaze of the Need, which is a bit like a super smite. So it's got a warp charge value of 6. Pick an enemy unit that's visible within 18 inches. Roll a d6. On roll of 1, you do 1 mortal wound. On roll of 2 to 5, you do d3 mortal wounds. And roll of a 6, you do d6 mortal wounds.
Pretty tiny. Everyone loves more mortal wounds. And then for me, I'm going to call out the Words of the Phoenix because...
I thought you would, because it's to do with bikes.
Well, no, it's not to do with bikes specifically. It's any Ynnari infantry or Ynnari bikes. So it has biker and Ynnari, but it's, Warp Charge 5. Units within 18 of the Psyker. 1 model in the unit regains D3 lost wounds, which is quite nice, although admittedly there's not very much in a Ynnari army that's going to be an infantry unit other than other characters with that many wounds in the first place. Thinking about it, I think the only multi-wound units you're going to potentially see are Wraith Constructs. So Wraith Guard or Wraith Blades. Beyond that, I don't think there's anything other than bikes. Obviously, they've got 2 wounds, but yeah, if no models in the unit have lost any wounds, but the unit has suffered 1 or more casualties, then 1 model in the is returned to that unit in unit coherency with 1 wound remaining. So you can effectively quite nicely bring stuff back, which is nice. Again, it's the apothecary ability. It's not massive, but again, it's a nice little all-rounder power that if you need to heal up one of your characters, if you want to bring something back just before you make an important charge or do something significant, I think it's always nice to have, an ability that can bring stuff back to life and help you live.
I'll say it's actually quite a good that psychic power is quite a good one for your Rain to take if you are gonna take her and gonna combo up with the Vizark. So if, for instance, she's being peppered by a Vindica assassin or a bunch of sniper scouts and you palm the wounds off to the Vizark, she can just keep healing him up.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And then plus, if you do lose another unit nearby, you can regain a wound on a 4-up. So they've got a nice little synergistic combo between the three of them, as in the two characters plus the psychic power.
Yep. And then to add fun, I suppose, one last one that I think I should just shout out is the Shield of the Ynnari, which is that it's Warp Charge 7, and until your next psychic ends, friendly Ynnari units within units have a 5+ invulnerable save while they're within 6 of the psyker. So again, if you were to think about various variable units of why you might take an Incarn, you take the Incarn, and then all of a sudden they've got the ignoring damage on a 6. They're also fearless, and you can give them a 5-up invuln. So again, you can essentially make a zombie horde of Guardians, which is quite interesting, I suppose, because the idea being is like you could do like a Typhus combo where all of a sudden you've got all these Storm Guardians that are fearless, have Feel No Pain 6+, and a 5-up invuln, which could be funny, I suppose, as an idea. Just a big blob of Storm Guardians or something that you can't get rid of because, powers and stuff.
You could probably do Cabalite Warriors, which then wound everything on 4s then.
Oh, there you go. Adding to the zombie theme.
Yeah.
How many points is a Cabalite Warrior these days?
It's not. They're not very expensive. Let's have a look. They are 6 points a model.
That is not very expensive. You're absolutely right. So yeah, you could do that as a combination. Take some Cabalite Warriors, zombify them, give them Feel No Pain 6+, and yeah, wouldn't that be lovely? Could all be fun. So yeah, lastly, let's talk about the relics of the Ynnari. It's going to be interesting because I imagine not very many people are going to hugely access this because this is the stuff that you put on characters in Ynnari lists that aren't the Ynnari characters that make them Ynnari. But they are some good relics. But let's see.
I think they're good.
I've already picked one.
Good. Well, tell us what it is.
So this is going to go on my fancy dandy Autarch with the Banshee mask. Each time an enemy unit is destroyed by an attack made by the bearer, add 1 to the bearer's move and attacks characteristics for the remainder of the battle. So you're given that Autarch if he gets a soul burst off and kills something. He's getting an additional 2 attacks on the charge. He's getting +1 to his strength, and if he's on a bike, what's the movement of a Skyrunner?
16.
16. So his movement becomes 17.
Well done. Maths.
And then it becomes 18, and then it becomes 19.
And then the game's over.
And then the game's over, and he's just running around laughing maniacally. Yeah, that's I good. And it's called Korag Hayes Locket, which is a horrible thing to try and pronounce, because I've probably done that wrong.
Quite possibly. Phil, what relic would you like to summarise?
I'm going to go for Mirror Gaze. So subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks that target your bearer.
Always
which
subtracting.
Is pretty good.
It's never a bad thing to have subtracting 1s. I'm going for the Lost Shroud. I actually think the Lost Shroud is probably overall the bestest one, in my opinion. Because all damage suffered by the bearer is halved, which is pretty big. In addition, roll d6 for each time the model loses a wound. On a 5+, it is not lost. That's pretty big. So you can take a Altark on bike, or a Farseer on bike, or... well, really, those are the ones I'd probably take anyway. But if you take an Altark on a bike or a Farseer on a bike, all of a sudden they've got 6 wounds. But obviously if you shoot them with something that would do flat 6 damage, that becomes free, and they can ignore any 1 in 3 of that damage based on a 5+, because of the ability to ignore on a 5+. So that's pretty good. So if you shot a Ynnari Farseer on jet bike wielding the Lost Shroud, it would get hit and it would take a wound, and then you would resolve 6 damage, but then 6 damage would become 2, which is pretty good, isn't it? Based on mathematical averages. That's all maths hammer there. You half 6, it becomes 3, 1 in 3 chance of not suffering a wound because of a 5+. So yeah, 6 wounds becomes 2. It's no bad thing, is it?
That's pretty tasty.
There you go. Survivability, mate. That's what the name of the game, isn't it?
Silence.
I was expecting someone to respond with something, but there you go. So, say something in response to that, and then I'll get on with wrapping this up.
It most certainly is the name of the game, as we've talked about a few times. Even if his damage output's not that great, as long as he's alive at the end of the game, you're doing better than your opponent.
That is it. Living is winning. And with that said, let us wrap up this topic of the Ynnari by briefly exiting with our closing thoughts on the topic. So, Joe, yay or nay, Ynnari?
Yay. I'm going to say yay. I quite like them.
So, yay, Ynnari for...
Yay, Ynnari.
Yay, Ynnari for Joe. Phil?
Yeah, I really like it, actually.
Another
Nicely
Ynnari for Phil. And I'm probably going to finish on a Narnari. Narnari. Because I can see the value of it. I never used Ynnari when they were good. I don't think I'm likely to use them now. So
I think now they've just become a fun army. A fun army. A
Oh, I
Funari.
don't know that. I just think people need time to digest and work out all the possible combos, because it is effectively a brand new codex that is totally different from what they were before. So you can't expect to be playing them in the same way.
totally agree.
Yeah. I think the worst thing you can do with this army is compare it to it 3 days ago.
Indeed.
Or a week ago, whenever this podcast comes out.
There you go, Jay. You've only been working on this for 20 whole episodes. You would have thought you would have learned that we put this out every other Saturday, and today is Wednesday, the 1st of May.
And we've already released one.
That's
so 2 weeks ago. So do not compare this to something that you read 15 days ago.
There you go. Brilliant.
Stay in school. Don't do drugs.
Fantastic. Well, with that said, we'll move on now to the quiz.
Fingers on buzzers, everyone, because it's time for the end of the show quiz.
Hello everyone and welcome back to this week's exciting instalment of the End of the Podcast quiz. First of all, we'll start with the listeners' questions from last podcast. Not last week, because it's bi-weekly.
That's
I forget
true.
that. It is.
Fortnightly, even.
Fortnightly even, yeah. Well, bi-weekly, it can be either 2 weeks or twice a week, depending entirely on your point of view. But people don't need to know that.
No.
That's just a random bit of information.
Absolutely.
So we had two questions based on our here's the stats. Can you guess what it is? A quiz type which had mixed reviews, I think is the best way to describe it. But anyway, here are the audience questions we had from last week. The first was for a special character, and their stats were movement 6, weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 4, strength 5, toughness 5, wound 6, attacks 4, leadership 8, and save 4+. Before I give the answer, do any of you chaps have an idea? or guess for that one?
Yarrick.
No, it's not Commissar Yarrick. It's close. It is from the same codex. It was Nork Dead Dog.
Ah, Nork Dead Dog. The very, or is it Dead Dog? Dead Dog. Dead Dog.
I'm not sure how you're supposed to pronounce it, but we'll go with however you said it. The people at home, if that's what you'd guessed, then well done.
Well done, well done. Obviously, we had said that if someone was to have guessed it and said it to us in the comments, that we would shout them out and call them a clever boy or girl. But at the point of recording, no one's actually taken the time to issue us with the answer. So I'm going to insert now me saying, well done. And there we are. Move on.
And the second question was, this was for a weapon, and it was a melee weapon, and it was strength ×2, AP -4, and damage 2d6. Did any of you guys have a guess for that?
Is it the Knight Lancer's lance?
It's close. You're in the right ballpark. Anyone else?
The Knight Lancer's shield?
No, it's not the shield. It's
No, it might be the chainsaw one though.
Oh, what,
Joe-
the chainsword on the flamey knight?
Mm.
Ooh, maybe.
Joe, do you want to have a guess?
I'm going to say the Reaver Power Fist.
No, you're all close, but none of you are correct. It was actually Freedom's Hand, as wielded by Canis Rex, which does a whopping 2d6 damage and a minimum of 6.
The power of freedom.
The Lancer Knight Spear is like a flat 6, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty lethal.
Tasty.
There's that one. Okay, let's move ourselves on to this week's round.
Well, hang on, Richie, before you get ahead to this week's round, I was supposed to do that whole thing where we call out someone for being a clever clogs. So, well done. There we go. That's that. Moving on.
Are we doing the buzzers next?
I imagine so. Let Richie do his thing.
Yeah. So we're moving on to this week. You guys will be pleased to know we won't have a return of the here is the stats. What is it? Round until we get work on a better way of doing that. But we do have 3 rounds this week.
Ooh.
One is themed based around Slanesh, because we had some exciting news come out from those guys. Some pre-orders up now or available to buy now, depending on when this podcast goes up.
Mm-hmm.
And also, whose ability is this, and who wields this? But before we go into the questions, let's do a roll call of the buzzers, starting with Dan.
Why, thank you, Rich. This week, my buzzer sounds like...
I am the cheese. I am the best character on the show. I am better than both the salami and the bologna combined.
There you go. Very exciting, this week's buzzer. If anyone was curious what last week's buzzer was, that was Patrick from SpongeBob yelling Finland after having been hit on the head with a bowling ball. But this week, similar kind of cartoony theme, but altogether a little different. A nice, very much speaks to my current mood, I suppose. There you go.
Thanks, Dan. And Phil, would you like to introduce your buzzer with an excessive amount of context, if you like?
Sure thing. Mine's my old faithful. It's obviously doing me well for the last 2 episodes, so I'm going for it again. It is...
I'm somewhat
oldie but a goodie there.
Which, if you didn't know, was obviously Michael Caine from Zulu.
There you go. I admire your ability to stick with the same, one over and over again. It's very good of you.
Well, when you're on a winning streak, you've got to obviously, do everything you can to keep it up at the top.
Absolutely. And we don't have to pretend what Joe's is going to be, because we know exactly what it's going to be. It's going to be Joe making that goat noise from last episode. But Joe, please introduce your buzzer.
So, here is me being a majestic farm creature. Here is my buzzer.
I mean, that is
a work
brilliant.
of art.
It's a mate, honestly, you nailed that. I'm surprised how good you got it.
Yeah, I've spent much of my time just sat in pens full of goats.
There you go.
Just listening.
My only regret is that I won't get to hear it during the recording.
Well, that's it. But, you'll get to look forward to it in a little bit of time when I send you the edit and you can hear all the lovely noises.
Something to look forward to indeed.
Well, maybe Joe could do another new live rendition now so as we can all remember it.
God, no.
Come on, Joe. Can you do it as good the second time round?
I kind of feel like I'm being pressured into this.
Well, that's
Don't feel you're pressured into doing anything, Joe.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to. We can just line it up and press play when required.
Well, exactly. Don't feel like you have to entertain the listeners or anything, Joe.
Fine. I'm going to close my door so my partner doesn't think that I've absolutely lost it.
No, it's nowhere near as good as it was last time. We're going to stick to the original. That was a poor effort.
What we should do is turn the other one into a beautiful soundbite so people can use it as a message alert, like a message alert or like a morning alarm. Could you imagine being woken up to that every day?
What a treat. What a treat. There you go. Your poor girlfriend, the things she has to endure.
Or indeed wake up
and
to.
Endure she does.
Oh, indeed.
Okay, so are you guys ready for this week's set of questions?
Yeah, indeed. Do we not need to acknowledge that Scari's not here defending his championship? I suppose that's something.
Scary came. He is technically the reigning champion. However, he move him into a guest category. He is, he's like the celebrity guest in the reasonably priced podcast.
Oh, so like how many questions he got correct is how we can judge all the guests.
Yeah, that's a fair way of doing it. I mean, that's assuming I have the same amount of questions per guest, but we'll just assume that happens.
Yeah, exactly. We'll make that assertion. So he's best of the guests, but then Phil is still reigning champion, is what you're saying.
Phil is still technically the reigning champion.
Well,
Scary is best of the guests.
I won the first one, and then out of us last time came tops as well.
That is true, but that doesn't matter, Phil. You didn't win last week.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all.
You lost last
I'm
week.
still in the lead. It's like 2 ahead.
See, this is what it's like, everyone. If ever you're thinking to yourself, wouldn't it be lovely to play Phil in a game of 40k? He's all about the technicalities, old Phil. Every little bit he can, drip out of the situation.
That's not like that. I'm just letting you know.
Classic.
Are we talking about rules or just fun?
I don't understand what the context of you asking that question is anymore.
Bringing out every little bit of fun.
Who knows?
I'm joking.
Poor old Phil. He's under attack now, isn't he?
Speaking of fun,
okay.
Let's start off with the quiz. So I hope you have all been brushing up on your knowledge of the exciting news of Slaanesh, which is good for both 40k fans and Age of Sigmar fans. So with question number 1, fingers on buzzers. What is the name of the new special character version of the Keeper of Secrets?
I'm guessing the silence suggests that no one.
I'm guessing none of you have buzzed in yet, so I'm guessing none of you have any idea.
I'm gonna buzz just for the sake of it.
Dan's buzzed in, and he's gonna have a go.
Kevin.
It is not Kevin.
Oh God. I really would have thought Kevin would have been a good name for the new Keeper of Secrets.
I'll throw one in.
Phil, you're next.
It was something like Sileski or Siliki or something, wasn't it?
No.
No.
It was something completely different.
Keep that in your head, but that's not the answer for this question. And finally, Joe.
Claire.
No, no. That's not right at all. You've all let me down here. The correct answer was Shalaxi Hellbane.
Oh, very different from whatever Phil said. I mean, what did Phil say? Selexki.
If I was Phil, I wouldn't repeat it because I know what the other questions are in the round.
Ah, fair enough.
Okay, well, so none of you got the first question right, which was the new Keeper of Secrets model was released, and there is this special version of Shalaxi Hellbane armed with a pretty lethal spear. But question 2, which hopefully
do
is
the buzzers.
Oh, yeah, setting the buzzers. Thank you. It's not the quiz if they're not reminding me to reset the buzzers. Along with the announcement of Shalaxi Hellbane, which you guys are all aware of, there was some special artwork that Games Workshop released depicting Shalaxi Hellbane in a fight with another kind of monster. What was that monster? And because you probably need to take a guess.
I am the cheese.
Shalaxi, whatever the name was in a fight with a Cadron Overlord thing. I don't know, something from Age of Sigmar that I don't understand. A Stormcast Eternal on a dragon.
Nope.
Oh.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Joe, Dan, you want to have a guess?
You mean Phil?
Was it?
Oh no, yeah. So Joe or Phil, one of you has to buzz in, and then you can take a guess as to who they were fighting. It's a classic rivalry. Phil.
Did you say it was a creature?
I said it was a monster.
A monster.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily read too much into that. I mean, you have already buzzed in, so I'm going to have to press you for an answer.
Oh, I know what it is now. Of course it is. Why did I not say this?
Would be someone from Elder, but I'll just say a Tyranid.
It was not a Tyranid.
Can I guess again now that I actually figured it out?
No, because Joe's going to go first.
Oh, Joe's going to get it right, even though he shouldn't, because he's been given extra
Well, let's
insight.
see. Let's see. Joe, what do you think it is?
Is it an avatar of Cain?
It is not an avatar of Cain.
Oh, poo.
It's a bloodthirster, you fools. Of course it was.
It was a bloodthirster, but none of you guessed it.
Oh, but I figured it out after a little while. It's like, oh, when it's the classic conflict, of course it's a bloodthirster.
Yeah, if you haven't checked out that artwork, it's available. You can check it out on the Warhammer community site. It's really cool. I highly recommend everyone reading about the Slanesh stuff because it would help you in the quiz.
Well, yeah, clearly so. Should have done so before this
I mean, if I'd known, I would have done completely different questions. But here we go. We're gonna roll with it. Question number 3. I'll do the slightly easier version of this question.
Reset those buzzers, please.
Well,
this rate, none of you are going to guess it. So
right, yeah, this rate was done for.
Okay. Well, I hope those of you playing along at home are having more success than the guys. Question number 3. With the new release of the model for the Keeper of the Secrets, there was also new rules. Can you name the 3 characteristics which were all improved by the new rules?
Jeez. Don't go for easy.
Making it easier. I don't need you to tell me what they were improved to, but just which 3 characteristics were improved. First up is Dan.
See, I always go first in these situations, and I get it wrong, don't I? But I'm going to go strength, toughness, wounds.
You got one of them right.
Dang it all! What, movement probably is the other one, isn't it? But anyway, whatever.
Now it's Joe.
I go wounds, attacks, and movement.
You got 2 of them right.
Ooh.
And last is Phil.
Wounds, attacks, and save.
You got one of them right. I'm going to give a point to Joe.
Yes.
Joe gets a pity point!
I'll give Joe a point.
My god! That's 1 more point than I got last time, and probably the time before. So that's great.
This was potentially tough depending on your point of view. I mean, I would have thought Shalaxi Hellblade was the easy one, but no, the correct answer was wounds, movement, and ballistic skill.
It doesn't even have a gun.
It can technically be armed with a lash now, but yeah, they did improve the ballistic skill from 3+ to 2+. The movement went from 12 to 14, and the wounds went from 12 to 16.
There you go.
Crazy.
So after 3 questions, Joe is in the lead.
With a pity point.
Okay, question number 4.
Oh,
resetting
God,
the buzzers. Resetting the buzzers. Question number 4 on the Slanesh round. For those of you at home, in fact, this might as well be the quiz for the listeners at this point.
Yeah.
Just play along and score yourselves. What are the names of the two individuals who make up the new Vengeful Allegiance Demon Prince character? Phil's buzzed in.
Is it the
I am the
Sileneski or
It is.
SK?
It is Sileneski. For a bonus point, which you're probably not going to get, can you tell me Sil's second name?
What was it? Sil. So
Yeah, the correct answer was Sil-esque, or Sil-esque with an apostrophe for the actual character as it is in the game. But Sil actually has has a surname, as it were. I didn't know demons had surnames, but it might not be a surname. It's just a second name.
Is it Crab Claws?
It's not, but it's Lewd Tongue. So no bonus point for you, but you do get 1 point.
Well done, Phil. Well done.
Finally, in the Slanesh round, thank God, is question number 5, which is what is the attacks characteristic of Silesque? And for a bonus point, what is unique about how they attack? And actually, I'm going to reset the buzzers, and Joe came in first.
Ah!
That unfair.
Got 8 attacks, and you attack with one weapon, and then you pile in an attack with the other weapon, so like the axe and the whip.
I'll give you that because you said pile in, but it's the consolidation step. But the way the structure you put them in you meant consolidation, so I'll give you that. That is 2 points to Joe.
Yeah, that's like
I'm blaming
ever.
someone not resetting the buzzer on that one.
So after
That's the only Slanesh question we knew. Phil knew the name of what were they? The Vengeful Alliance.
The Mary Celeste.
Celeste, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, did you? If you knew that, Phil, well done. But you don't get the points because you didn't come in time.
I thought it was 7 attacks.
Oh,
okay.
I knew it was 8 attacks. I knew.
So you would have got it wrong anyway.
But I knew the second half though.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. Irrelevant.
Yeah, it's the bonus point. Which, to be fair, I would have offered out if Joe had got it wrong, but he didn't. So after the Slanesh round, the points are in last place Dan with 0 points.
Yeah, baby.
In second place, Phil with 1.
Ooh.
And in first place, Joe with 3 points.
3 points? Hang on, what? 3? I thought you said he had 2.
No, you got the bonus point for that one.
There was bonus points in that one.
You got 1 point for the Keeper of Secrets characteristics, and you got 2 points.
I don't understand this, Richie. I think you need to dock him down a point because one of those points you gave him, he didn't deserve. He got it wrong.
Well, he got 1 point for the characteristics because all of you were useless on the first 2 questions.
Yeah, but he just guessed right. But he didn't get all of them, did he?
That's what a quiz is. Guessing the answer.
No, but you see, in this example, you didn't get the answer right there, did you? You just got 2 out of 3. You did better than me and Phil, admittedly, but that doesn't necessarily make that point worthy.
And
Well,
I thought you said I was a
Yeah.
stickler for the rules.
Well, I'm just saying. Whatever. Next round.
We're
Next
moving on
round.
to round 2, which is whose ability is this? And I'm going to read for you the name of an ability, which is for a special character. You just have to guess which special character it is.
Alright.
Any questions?
No.
Okay, question number 1. The ability is called, and I might be pronouncing this wrong, Genius of Kauyon. Joe's buzzed in.
Is it Shadow's Son?
It is Commander Shazo-san. Well done.
Yes! Because I absolutely blitzed by her on the weekend at a tournament. That's fine. And every loss is a lesson. You boys need to learn rules.
Yeah, that's it.
Question 2. Who has the ability Lord of Death?
I am the cheese.
Oh, Dan has buzzed in.
That would be... why have I forgotten his name now? He's the bloody chaplain of the Blood Angels, and he's called... flipping neck. Asmodai... No, not Asmodai. Oh, God damn it. Why have I forgotten his name?
I'm going to have to press you here, Dan, because Asmodai isn't a Blood Angel.
No, he's a Dark Angel. God damn it.
Did you meet Astaroth?
Yes, Astaroth the Grim, yes!
It's not Astaroth the Grim.
Oh, bloody hell. That's the words I couldn't find.
Next is Joe.
I was gonna come in and steal the Dan's thunder on that one because of his mispronunciation, but now I'm confused.
Well,
I'm gonna go the Harlequin Death Jester.
Incorrect. Phil, would you like a guess?
Well, I was going to go for Death Jester as well. So,
Try Mephiston.
Okay, yeah, I'll try Mephiston.
Correct, it is Mephisto.
God damn it!
I'm just giving away points now.
Oh, flipping heck. As soon as I got it wrong on Astaroth, I was like, yeah, it's Mephiston. Oh, pooey. But there you go.
Question number 3. Who has the ability, one scalpel short of a med pack? Okay, no buzzes so far. Would anybody like a clue?
Well,
Yeah.
God.
I pronounced it properly, but it's not spelt properly. If that gives anyone a hint.
I am the cheese.
Dan's taking the guess.
Mad Doc Grotznik, or whatever he's called.
It is Mad Doc Grotznik. Dan is off the starting grid.
Yeah!
Okay, next up, we have which character, or no, which unit? I'm going to say rather than character.
Okay.
Has the ability rapid tunneling. Joe.
Is it the Morlock?
It is not the Morlock.
No.
Phil.
Is it the Amble?
It is the Amble.
Yes!
I knew that answer as well. I failed. Everyone.
Resetting those buzzers. Okay, final question in the abilities round. Who has the ability, as standard on their profile, Memento Mori? Phil.
It is Marshal Karis Venner.
I'm going to press you for the full correct title.
Oh, is it like... Field Marshal Karis Venner.
Who is Karis Venner of Marshal of?
Death Corps.
There we go. The answer is Death Corps Marshal.
This question was put in specifically for him.
It may well have been that I wanted to give the Death Corps some love.
I think it's the fans that have been asking for it.
You're
It's for
the
the
only
fans.
one that would have got that right.
Well, there was one that just had some Elder stuff or some Slanesh stuff. I'm not a Chaos player, Joe. You are.
I don't think he asked one Elder-based thing in all of that, did he?
No, I don't know. I can't remember.
No, I did, but who knows? There may be some Eldar questions to come.
Oh, who can say?
After our second round, the score in last place is Dan with 1 point, and joint first are Joe and Phil with 4 points apiece.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's tense.
I shouldn't have given him Mephiston.
No, it's your fault.
All to play for in the final round, which is who would wield a weapon like this?
Can you reset those buzzers, please?
Resetting the buzzer so Phil can try and buzz in. Question number 1. Who wields the Wailing Doom?
I am
Dan's
the
buzzed in.
cheese.
That would be the Avatar of Cain.
It is the Avatar of Cain.
Bam.
Well
See,
done.
there's an Elder specific question.
There you go. I got it. Proving my worth.
Question number 2. Who, and there's 2 different things you could say for this, but I'll accept either, wields the Archaeotech pistol?
I am the cheese.
Dan has buzzed in.
Eisenhorn.
Does he?
No, he has an art. It's not Archaeotech. It's like a relic pistol of some kind.
Oh, fine. Maybe it
I'm not
isn't.
expecting. I mean, Eisenhorn is not the answer I have down here on the answer sheet. Next buzzing in is Phil.
It's the Adeptus Mechanicus Magos.
That's not the answer I have on the answer sheet.
But he does have one.
Well, it was two. He had two answers available, and neither of them were that. Joe?
Joe?
It's Tech Priest Dominus or Belisarius Cool, or both.
So that's not what I've got down here either. So
is it also the Rogue Trader guy?
I was going to say it's going to be one of the Rogue Traders,
Blackstone
isn't it?
Fortress.
I'm just quickly checking up what it's called in the Mechanicus people, because I don't want the listeners to tell me I'm an idiot and I've completely messed up. Which
Because I was
is likely
thinking
to
of the
happen.
Deck Priest Dominus, but that's obviously not what I said. I thought it was Megos.
No, it's not a Tech Priest Dominus. What else do people suggest? Belisarius?
Well, is it?
No, it's good. Oh, yeah, it's good. I'm right. I'm happy to reset the buzzers if you have an
Hang
idea.
on. I think I know who it is.
Well, that's why he's resetting the buzzers.
Reset
Joe.
the buzzers.
I am the cheese.
Dan.
Is it Rogue Trader? Oh God, how should I pronounce her name?
No.
Lucia
Vane or something like that.
It's for Rogue Trader from Blackstone Fortress.
No.
It is. He's got one.
You got me checking up my answer. Joe, was that one of your guesses, Joe?
I was going down the heresy route. It's the Emperor's Children dude.
Incorrect.
Who is it then, Richie?
The correct answer was Sir Hector or Canis Rex.
Oh. Who was the other one then?
Well, you could have said either. Technically, it's
okay.
Canis Rex is the data sheet, but it's wielded up by Sir Hector.
I demand you check out the Blackstone Fortress one and let me know. Because it's not a tech pistol, surely.
Hang on, I have been checking, briefly. One more to check. I'm checking these in. No, I've not. I've been checking the things you've all been saying, and they've all got fancy things. The only one who has something called Archaeotech pistol that I can see is Sir Hector.
Rob.
So no points for anyone in that round, or in that question rather.
Yep.
Question number 3. Who wields the Slayer sword?
I am the cheese.
Versus Dan.
Oh God, actually, I've said it out loud, and now I've gone. No, actually, I don't know the answer. I will go with Slayer sword. Oh God, I got confused because that's the prize they give to the people who paint us. A golden demon winner.
That's incorrect.
Well, that's not. But all right.
There's no codex where there's a golden demon winner as a data sheet.
There
So
bloody well should be. Someone wielding a Slayer sword as the golden demon.
sorry, Dan, you've got it wrong. Next up is Joe.
Oh, I completely forgot it. It's the Corn Herald guy.
I'm gonna need a name.
Oh no, because Dad's gonna get it now. What is his name? Is that a blood master?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to pass it to Phil.
See, I was originally thinking of someone else, but if it is the corn guy, I don't actually know what his name is. Skulltaker?
It is the Skull Taker.
No,
Well
I gave it to Phil.
I was going to chime in with Skull Taker to help you out, but I was like, well, I shouldn't do that twice in one thing. Just to validate my sense of, superiority, I don't need to shout out the answers when I get them wrong.
We're going with 2 questions remaining. And just so you know, Dan, if you buzz in at any point, all you're doing is preventing Joe from winning at this point. But that's not for you. That's just some inside baseball for you there. We don't want to power game this. So, buzzers have been reset. Question number 4. Who wields the Staff of Ulthamar?
I am the cheese.
Dan.
That would be Eldrad Ulfran.
It is Eldrad Ulfran.
Fuck you, Joe. Oh, sorry, I should swear.
Resetting those buzzers.
I thought you said Ultramar. I was really confused.
I've always said Ulthamar, but I might have pronounced that wrong. I apologise to all the filthy Eldar players.
You didn't, Richie. You got it right.
Oh, thank you, Dan.
That's all right, mate.
Final question unless I decide to throw in another one to give Joe a chance. In whose weapon is this round? Who wields sharp quills? No one's guessed. I'm just checking if we set the buzzers. You guys can buzz in whenever you like.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
It's so important right now. The sharp quills. Who would have quills?
Joe's buzzed in.
Is it razor wing flocks?
It is not razor wing flocks.
Quills, feathers.
I can see your logic, but no, it's specifically sharp quills. Dan and Phil. Would you like to take a guess, or I can give a clue and reset the buzzers?
I could take a guess, I guess. I'll take a guess, and then you can reset the buzzers, I guess.
You got to. Well, you have to buzz in first.
All right, I'll buzz in.
You buzzed in.
And the cheese.
Quills, I'm going to go something from Zench. Something totally random. Blue Scribes.
It is the Blue Scribe.
No, it's not!
The Blue Scribes are armed with sharp quills.
No! Really?
Wow. Well done. I was thinking it was some of the other Dark Elder creatures.
I thought... Really, the Blue Scribes, I thought it was going to be the Changeling or something, but really, Blue Scribes.
Yeah, I'm tempted to throw in another question now because it's 4 points to Dan and Joe and 5 points to Phil.
Oh, come on, let's have another.
I haven't got too many left though.
Come on.
And they're all very specific in their theme. Alright. Who wields...
You got to reset those buzzers as well.
Oh, I'm going to reset the buzzers. And you can buzz in whenever you like, just so you know.
Yeah.
As soon as I start reading the question. Who wields the Rod of Torment?
I am the cheese.
Dan.
A squig herder.
It is not a squig herder. Phil.
Is it the Dark Apostle?
It is not a Dark Apostle. Joe?
Oh God. Is it Grimoldus?
It is not Grimoldus.
Can you give us a faction?
I can give you... Yeah, sure, I can give you a faction. I'll reset the buzzers. The faction is Chaos.
I am the cheese.
Dan.
The only thing that came into my mind that has a rod in Chaos is Fabius Bile.
It is Fabius Bile.
Because he's got that little walkie stick rod, hasn't he? That's the only thing that has a
He also
rod.
has... No, he has a needler as well.
Well, yeah, but he has the little rod in his right-hand side, doesn't he?
Doesn't the Dark Apostle have like a chaplain sort of rod
Yeah, but
thing?
Joe said Dark Apostle.
No, I said it.
Oh, you said...
But
Well,
that's
someone
what I
said
mean,
Dark
like-
Apostle.
Yeah,
That's
I
why, yeah.
said Chapman.
Yeah. That's the only thing that came to mind was good
For
old...
those who remember the good old days of 7th edition, the Rod of Torment was an instant death weapon with nothing special about it.
Yeah, well, that
I mean-
was the same with the oh, well, I won't name the weapon in case I need to call upon it in a second. Or,
It means it means now we have to go to the tiebreaker round.
I like how we have to go to the tiebreaker only once you do an extra bonus question.
Well, I think it's only fair seeing as Dan gave you a question, so it would technically have been,
technically.
technically it would have been all three of you on an equal score if Dan hadn't given you a free question.
Well, that was his
He
own.
literally told you say Mephiston, and that's the only reason you have an extra point.
Yeah.
So in a manner of speaking, it would be totally fair for me to open this up to Joe to also have an opportunity to...
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'll take it. I will gladly downgrade my 5 to a 4 if Phil will do the same, and we'll put ourselves on level pegging. One question to rule them all.
It's one thing I will say. Okay, it's a question, and I'm going to prepare an addition. I'm going to find an additional one just in case no one gets it, because it's a tricky question. It's trickier than you think it is.
Is it trickier than Blue Scribes?
No, this is coming from this was a test question that I was using for something I was going to call the QI round.
Oh God.
So we'll see how this goes as a tiebreaker. This is very topical for us because of when we were recording this, because the April FAQ just came out. But in that April FAQ, how much did Games Workshop increase the base points cost of the Imperial Knight Castellan?
I am the cheese!
First to buzz in is Dan.
0.
God damn it!
That is the correct answer. To try and steal. No, for a bonus point, can you tell me what they did change the price of, and by what?
They changed the price of both his volcano cannon and plasma eradicator array, or whatever the thing is called.
Yeah, I'm not going to make you name it. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
The whole point was that you were supposed to say 100, and they say no, it wasn't 100.
No. It was like one went up 40 and one became 60, I think.
Correct. The plasma decimator went up to 40 points, and the volcano lance went up to 60.
There you
The
go.
Castellan itself did not change any points. So, on that bombshell, the winner this week, stealing the crown from Phil, is Dan. Congratulations.
Well, there you go. I can't believe I guessed blue scribes. That was the most mental thing ever. Like, that was proper mad. Well, there you go. Well, thank you, everyone. That was a great privilege to, come back from the brink and claim first place for a change.
Yeah.
Thank you to my competitors. You were all great players of the game. I look forward to facing you again on the field of quiz next time around.
I'm just happy I answered the question.
You came very close. It was the closest quiz we've had so far. Of the 3 quizzes we've had, this was the closest one.
There you go.
Yeah.
We had to go into extra time. I mean, that was something
We did.
unheard of.
But we do have. I've got some few left over, which I'll use for the listeners at home.
Oh, what we got?
So I'll give you one question. Give them one question from who has this ability, and the ability is listen up, maggots. Which special character has that ability? And for who wields this, the weapon is Tyrant's Claw. First people to guess stand in the comments on any of the various platforms available will get a special mention in the next edition of the End of Pod Show quiz.
End of show podcast. I can't remember. It's a mouthful, isn't it? It's hard to say.
End of a show quiz.
End of the show quiz. Done. Lovely. There you go. That's why Phil does the intro. So there we go. I guess we should wrap everything up, right, gents?
Yeah, for sure.
So, thanks very much, everyone, for listening to the 20th episode of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast. A beautiful milestone in our, podcasting career. We've made it 20 episodes, which, as I said at the start, is fantastic, and we really appreciate every one of you that listens and supports and engages with what we're doing here. We're really, blown away by how people have responded to this and how people have been really kind of supportive and all the lovely things that come our way. So thank you very much to everyone who is here with us in episode 20. Hopefully we have 20 more within us and more beyond that. But yeah, no, any closing thoughts on the 20th episode? Anybody want to chime in and, maybe, I don't know, recount some of your beautiful memories of 20 episodes that have come before? Anything you want to talk about at this time?
What happened to the cake you promised me in the last episode?
Well, Phil, admittedly, we are recording this a week before this goes out. But, I would like to keep up the pretense that cake is still on the way.
Okay, fair enough.
Exactly. But now you've reminded me, I will once again pursue cake for you.
I'd accept some Greg's vouchers.
You're up for a Greg's cake, are you? A sausage roll?
Or a yum yum. I'm always
yum.
game for a yum yum.
That's very good. Richie, have you, any thoughts or feelings about 20 episodes of Lookout Sir 40k?
I was thinking I had a yum yum today. It was very nice. It wasn't from
Do they
Greg's
have-
though. It was from Waitrose.
Ooh,
Do they
fancy
have yum
boy.
yum? I was going to say, do they have yum yums in other countries? Do we just sound like mental people that are foreign listeners? Because a yum yum is basically just a long donut. Essentially.
Richie, you've had experience of other countries. The Americans have got yum yums, right?
I don't think anyone else has. I've never seen. I don't think so. I don't think I've seen a yum yum anywhere else. It's not really a donut.
Well, it's
more-
like
It's
like
very
a
layery.
donut.
It's similar to that newfangled cronut that's doing the rounds in the fancy places in London. It's kind of like layers of donut. I wouldn't say it's because a donut is a very stodgy one kind of texture throughout, whereas a yum yum is more like a croissant and it's got like kind of layers of the pastry in there.
yeah, and then it's just covered in loads and loads of sugar, like a crystallized skin.
Well, if I'll go get you some yum yums, Joe. Next time I head over to your place, which by all accounts should be this weekend, I will bring the yum yums.
Good. I love the yum yums.
Indeed. Maybe Richie will come along as well. We'll both come.
Well, if it's on this
Pretty
weekend, if it's this weekend, I suppose I'll have to because we're supposed to be hanging out this weekend.
Well, exactly right. We're all gonna bundle over Joe's for some yum yums.
Yum yum. How many times can we say the word yum yum?
I don't know. But there you go. What a beautiful way to end episode 20 of the Lookout Server for Your Game podcast. Again, please check us out on all the various social media places, which will be down in the description. All the Instagrams, Facebooks, and all the rest of it. Obviously, hugely appreciate any engagement that we get with you guys. We're not really the most active community in the world. Not very many people really take the time to comment or engage with us. So it'd be nice if you did, because that would validate all of our terrible life decisions and make us feel slightly better about ourselves when we wake up in the morning and face the inevitability of our ongoing horrific existences. So, with that said, it's goodbye from me and everyone else here. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
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 Bye-bye.